had been driving for hours when I finally saw the dirt road that led into the forest. It was late in the afternoon, and the shadows of the tall pine trees stretched across the gravel like long arms. My legs were stiff from sitting too long, and my lower back ached from how I had been leaning in my seat. I pulled off the main road, switched off the GPS since there was no signal anymore, and followed the narrow, winding track toward the cabin I had rented for the week. The tires kicked up small clouds of dust as I slowly moved deeper into the woods. I could see the trees getting thicker on both sides, almost like a tunnel, and for a second, I thought maybe I had made a mistake coming out here alone. I had found the place online, a listing that promised absolute peace and total solitude. That's what I was looking for. No neighbors, no traffic, no phones, just time away from everything. Life had been loud and heavy for months. Work stress, too many people around me, and a general sense that I had no time to just think. I had saved up time off, and once I got the go-ahead from my manager, I booked this cabin in a place I had never been before. The directions said it was 10 miles down the forest road. There were no signs, and the road itself was just 2 tire tracks cut into the dirt, with grass growing in the middle. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. At one point, I turned down the music just to listen. Nothing. No birds. No wind. Just the steady crunch of gravel under the tires. Then I saw the cabin. It wasn't big. Just one floor, a faded green roof, and with siding that looked like it hadn't been painted in years. There was a small front porch, a metal chair with chipped paint, and one dim porch light hanging from a wire above the door. The place looked even more remote than I expected. No other buildings, no signs of recent use, just the thick forest pressing in on all sides. Still, I felt a bit of relief. I had made it. I got out of the car, stretched, and looked around. There were no sounds but my own footsteps on the dried leaves. Inside the cabin, it smelled like dust and old wood. The floors creaked under my shoes. I opened the windows to air it out and found a note on the small kitchen counter. It just said, "Welcome. Water pump is behind the cabin. Power is solar. No cell service." That was it. No key, no rules, just that. I walked through the small rooms, 1 bedroom, a bathroom, and a small sitting area with a couch and a table. There was no TV, no internet, and no signs of anyone having stayed here recently. The fridge was empty, and the only light came from the small solar panel on the roof that powered a single overhead bulb in each room. I brought in my gear, 2 big grocery bags of food, a cooler with meat and drinks, a sleeping bag, and my clothes. I unpacked everything slowly. I didn't realize how quiet it really was until I stopped moving. I sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the faint creaking of the trees outside. That kind of silence is hard to find. It's not the silence you get at home when you turn everything off. It's deeper. It makes your ears strain to hear something, anything. The first night was peaceful. I made some pasta, sat on the porch in the dark with a flashlight, and watched the stars. The sky was clear, and the air had that sharp, cold smell of untouched woods. I went to bed early, but woke up a few times. The sounds out there were strange. Branches cracking, small footsteps in the brush, and once, something that sounded like breathing near the window. I told myself it was just animals. I was in the woods. Things move out here. The next morning, I went out to explore. There was a trail behind the cabin, barely visible, but I followed it. It twisted through the trees, and I walked slowly, paying attention to where I stepped. It felt good to be away from people. I walked for hours, took pictures, sat on fallen logs, and listened to the wind move through the leaves. Around noon, I turned back. I was about a mile from the cabin when I saw something strange. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. Too big. I looked down at my own shoes and stepped next to the print. The other shoe print was longer, wider, and deeper. I hadn't seen anyone out here. The road was one way in. If someone else had come, I would have heard a car. But the prints were fresh. The edges were clean, not worn down by wind or rain. I counted 6 steps going in one direction, toward my cabin. I stood there for a long time just looking at the prints. My stomach felt tight. I slowly walked back, watching the ground. The prints were on and off the trail, sometimes in the bushes, like whoever it was had gone off the path. When I got to the cabin, I didn't see anything unusual. Door still locked, windows closed, nothing moved, but I checked everything. I opened drawers, looked under the bed, checked behind the shower curtain. It was empty. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I left a light on in the kitchen. I kept my shoes near the bed and a flashlight in my hand. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard something on the porch. It was soft, like fabric brushing against wood. I held my breath. It stopped. Then a soft creak of the wooden floorboards outside. I didn't move. I didn't get up. I just stayed in bed, listening. After a while, nothing. No more sounds. The next morning, I went outside. There was something small and dark on the porch. I walked over slowly. It was a button, coat button. I picked it up. It wasn't mine. Too big, heavy, old. I looked around the ground, saw no other prints, and then checked the door. Still locked. The air felt heavier that day. I stayed close to the cabin, drank coffee, read a book, and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe an old button. Maybe I dropped it from something I forgot I brought. I kept repeating excuses in my head. Later that day, I walked out to the water pump behind the cabin to fill a pot. The pump was rusty and squeaked loudly as I pushed the handle up and down. As I walked back, I glanced toward the trees and froze. Between 2 pines, maybe 30 feet away, I saw a dark shape. It wasn't moving. I couldn't see it clearly. It looked like someone standing very still, just barely visible through the branches. I blinked and stepped closer. Nothing. The space between the trees was empty. I walked backward to the cabin, keeping my eyes on the woods. I went inside and locked the door. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall, facing the door, flashlight in my lap. At one point, I thought I heard breathing again, just under the window. I wanted to get up and look, but I couldn't. The next morning, I made a decision. I would leave. I packed up everything quickly. The car was still fine, nothing broken, but there was something odd. One of the side mirrors was turned all the way in, like someone had twisted it on purpose. I hadn't parked close to anything that could have done that by accident. I got in, started the engine, and turned around to leave. I kept looking in the rearview mirror as I drove back down the dirt road. But about 5 minutes down the track, the car slowed. I looked at the dashboard. The fuel gauge was dropping fast, faster than it should. I had filled up before I left the city, and I hadn't driven anywhere. I pulled over and got out. I bent down and looked under the car. There was a small cut in the fuel line. Fuel was dripping out in a slow, steady line into the dirt. My throat felt dry. Someone had done that. That wasn't an accident. I drove slowly back to the cabin. I barely made it. The tank hit empty just as I rolled up the gravel path. I sat in the driver's seat, staring at the wheel. I was trapped. No phone signal. No way to call for help. I had food and water, but no way to leave. I thought about walking out, but it was at least 10 miles to the main road, and I didn't know if someone was out there watching me. I didn't know if it was safe. For the next 2 days, I stayed inside. I blocked the windows with blankets. I only used the lights when I needed to. Every night, I heard things. Movement, soft knocks on the walls. Once, the doorknob rattled gently, as if someone was testing it. I stayed quiet. I didn't make a sound. On the 3rd day, I heard a car. Not close, but far off. The low hum of an engine. I ran outside and up the road. I waved my arms and shouted. A white pickup truck was crawling down the road. Park Ranger. I explained everything quickly about the car, the noises, the button, the fuel line. He looked at me for a long time, then nodded and told me to get in. We drove in silence. When we reached the main road, I saw a tow truck already waiting. The ranger had called for help before coming to check the area. They towed my car back to town. I stayed in a small motel for the night. I kept the door locked and a chair under the handle. The next morning, I asked the local mechanic if he had seen anything like the cut fuel line before. He looked at me and said it looked like someone had used a box cutter. Clean, straight cut. Intentional. I asked him if things like this happened often around those woods. He just shrugged. I didn't go back. I left the groceries. I had been needing a break from everything: noise, phones, people, even the internet. Life had started to feel like a giant screen I couldn't shut off. I just wanted silence. Actual, full silence. No horns, no hum of appliances, not even the ticking of a wall clock. Just nature, just me. I started looking for cabins far from cities, way off-grid. I didn't want fancy either, just a roof, a door, and enough food and water for a week. I found a listing on a website I'd never used before. The cabin was described as fully secluded, small but safe, ideal for people looking to be alone. The photos showed a square-shaped wooden structure with dark panels, a metal roof, and no other buildings in sight. Forest all around. There was a hill in the background and a faded trail going behind it. The guy renting it out didn't ask for much. A small deposit through a bank transfer, and he emailed me the directions. No GPS address, just instructions like, turn left after the mile marker 82, and take the dirt trail that forks near the stream. I should have seen that as strange, maybe even suspicious, but it honestly made me like it more. It sounded quiet and forgotten. That's what I wanted, to be forgotten, even if only for 5 or 6 days. I drove for about 8 hours to get there. The roads went from paved highways to 2-lane roads, and eventually to nothing but gravel and rock. The last stretch of road was basically a path. I could feel every stone under my tires. I was nervous that I'd lose traction and get stuck. But the old Subaru held up. The air changed the closer I got. Fresher, colder, with the smell of pine and earth. No sound of traffic, just wind and trees rubbing against each other. The cabin stood at the edge of a shallow clearing, about 200 feet from a slow-moving creek. There was no one around, no phone signal, no power lines. Just trees on all sides and a sky that felt closer than usual. The door had a deadbolt and a thick wood latch on the inside. The windows were small, 2 on each side of the cabin, maybe 1 foot tall and 4 feet across. The inside was one room, a narrow bed with a thick quilt, a folding chair, a gas stove with 2 burners, a metal sink with a foot pump for water, and a small wood stove for heating. There was no bathroom inside. The outhouse was about 50 yards away, behind a mossy tree. A black cable ran from the back wall of the cabin and disappeared behind the hill. I walked around to check. It was connected to an old gas-powered generator about 50 yards up a slope, hidden between some rocks. There was a tarp over it, held down with bricks and rope. A red fuel can sat next to it. The generator was already full. The instructions said to start it once a day for an hour if I needed to charge anything. I didn't bring much, just a power bank and a headlamp. I wanted to stay away from screens, so I didn't plan to turn the generator on much. By the second day, I felt like I had finally found what I was looking for. I would wake up with the sun, make oatmeal and coffee on the stove, then go sit by the creek with my notebook or just stare at the water moving over the rocks. I went to bed early, usually just after sunset, and slept without setting an alarm. Time slowed down and I liked it that way. I took short walks into the forest, never too far, just enough to clear my head. But on the 3rd night, something felt off. I woke up at around 2 or 3 a.m. I could tell it was deep night because the darkness outside the windows was thick, even though the moon was supposed to be bright. I felt like something had woken me, maybe a thump or movement. I lay still under the covers for a while. I told myself it was probably a branch or some animal. The wind had picked up earlier in the evening, and trees make strange sounds at night. But then I heard the crunch, a very specific sound like a slow step on dry leaves. Then another, not a deer running, not a raccoon scurrying, just single steps, slow, measured. I reached for my flashlight and turned it on quickly, pointing it at the window to my left. Nothing. I turned it to the right window. Still nothing. The noise had stopped too, just like that. I stayed up until dawn that night. I kept the flashlight on, pointing toward the door. I didn't sleep a minute. When the light finally came in through the trees, I opened the door and stepped outside. The air felt colder than usual. I walked around the cabin, checking the dirt and soft patches of moss for prints. I didn't find anything clear, just broken leaves and natural debris. I told myself I was imagining things. That's what isolation does. You start hearing things that aren't there, seeing movement in shadows. But I couldn't fully shake it off. I decided to walk up to the generator behind the hill, just to do something. When I got there, I saw something that made my stomach feel tight. The fuel can had moved. It was sitting about 3 feet from where it was before. I remembered placing it upright next to the generator under the tarp. Now it was lying on its side, lid still on, but in the open. I checked the generator itself. Still fine, still covered, still full. I stared down the slope toward the cabin. From up here, the roof was just barely visible through the trees. It made me feel strange, like I was being watched from somewhere higher. The wind blew again, and I heard a low, faint creak behind me. I turned quickly but saw nothing, just trees and rock. That night, I kept a fire going in the stove longer than usual. I placed my flashlight, knife, and bear spray next to the bed. It wasn't that I was scared of animals. It was the idea of someone out there, someone else, person, that scared me a lot more than any bear. Couldn't sleep. I kept listening. And at about the same time as the night before, closer to 3 a.m., I heard it again. Crunch, crunch, then silence. This time I didn't turn on the flashlight. I just lay there holding my breath. After a minute, I slowly reached for the bear spray. I sat up in the bed, still in the dark, listening. Then I heard it again, this time on the opposite side of the cabin. 2 slow steps, and then what sounded like a hand brushing against the wood siding. Just 1 soft scratch, then silence. I waited for 10, maybe 15 minutes. Nothing. When the sun came up, I walked around the cabin again. This time, I did see something that made my blood run cold. On the wall, just beneath the right side window, there was a handprint. Not a clear one, but a smudge, like the oily print from dirty fingers. It had been wiped, but not enough to remove it entirely. I wanted to leave right then, but I told myself again that it could have been my own handprint from when I first arrived. Maybe I leaned against the wall and forgot. I tried to believe that. I really did. But then I saw the outhouse door. It had been left open. I always closed it after using it. It had a heavy latch that clicked shut. Now it was hanging open, slowly swinging back and forth in the wind. I went inside the cabin and locked the door. I didn't go outside the rest of the day. That evening, I turned on the generator for the first time since arriving. I needed to charge my power bank and also wanted the small cabin lights to stay on longer. I hated the thought of being in complete darkness again. I stared at the wire leading out the wall, thinking of how exposed it was. If someone cut that cord, I'd be left without power for anything. Just matches and a flashlight. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept all the lights on, stove warm, and sat upright in bed. I stared at the door, flashlight in hand, finger resting on the bear spray trigger. Around 2:30 a.m., the lights flickered, then went out, just like that, dark. I tried the flashlight. It worked. I grabbed it and moved to the window, pointing it outside. Nothing. But then I heard something coming from behind the cabin. A loud, sudden bang, like metal hitting rock. The generator. I opened the door just a crack and pointed the flashlight into the woods. I couldn't see the hill from there. Too many trees. I closed the door and locked it again. I knew I shouldn't go outside, but the noise had stopped, and the cabin was completely dark now. I didn't want to sit there powerless. Something told me I had to go check it. I waited until the first light of dawn. Then I left. I walked up the hill, flashlight off now, and when I reached the generator, I saw what had happened. The tarp was gone. The fuel can was missing, and the generator had been smashed. Not fully destroyed, but hit hard, probably with a rock or metal bar. The casing was cracked. The pull cord had been ripped out. This wasn't an animal. This was a person, and that meant they were still out there, watching. I ran back to the cabin, grabbed my backpack, and started packing. I didn't even stop to eat. I threw everything into the car and didn't even check twice before driving down the trail. I didn't care about getting the deposit back or following the trail markers. I just drove, tires skidding over rock and dirt, until I saw real road again. When I finally got a phone signal, I pulled over and called the sheriff's office in the nearest county. I reported everything. The handprint, the fuel can, the smashed generator. I needed to get away, not in a fun, vacation-type way. I wasn't running towards something. I was running away, not from the law, not from some deep scandal, just from people, from the noise, from the feeling that every day was bleeding into the next. I'd gotten laid off from my job a month earlier. I'd been with the company almost 6 years. When I lost it, I felt like someone had ripped the floor out from under me. I kept getting up late, doing nothing all day, eating frozen food at odd hours, and staring at screens that weren't talking back. Something inside me had just stopped working. I wasn't depressed in the way people think of it, no crying, no dramatic episodes. I just felt blank. After wasting weeks scrolling through social media and applying for jobs I didn't care about, I finally opened a map of the state and looked for anything that was far from where I was. I started dragging my finger across areas without many roads. I zoomed into the forested regions in the northern part of the state. That's when I found a little area called Marble Hollow. It wasn't even on the main GPS apps. A few dirt roads, some lakes, nothing more than trees and silence. I needed that. I needed space. I found a listing for a cabin in Marble Hollow on a local site. It wasn't on Airbnb or any of the big platforms. Just a grainy photo on a basic website, probably made in the early 2000s. The listing said the cabin had no Wi-Fi and weak phone signal. That was a selling point for me. I booked it for 2 weeks. Took me nearly 6 hours to drive up there. The last hour was just dirt roads and thick forest on either side. My little hatchback wasn't made for that kind of terrain, but I pushed through. The forest felt tighter the deeper I went, like the trees were closing in a little more every mile. The branches above formed a kind of ceiling. The light changed. It got darker, more shadows, more quiet. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was almost evening. The sun was low, casting long golden shadows across the yard. The cabin looked older than the photo, with weathered wooden siding and a sagging porch. A plastic chair lay flipped over on the deck. There was no car, no other building in sight, just forest. Thick, green, endless forest. The key was in a metal lockbox nailed to the wall, just like the listing had said. I opened the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The place was musty but clean. One main room with a wood stove, an old couch, a table, and a small kitchen area. There was a single bedroom with a bed that looked like it came from the 1960s. The mattress was firm. The sheets smelled a bit like plastic. But I didn't care. It was quiet. Finally quiet. I spent the first couple of days doing nothing. I brought a few books and a couple of notebooks. I read, I wrote nonsense, I chopped wood even though there was already a pile. The days passed slowly. I had to get used to the silence. No sirens, no car horns, no neighbors yelling through the walls. Just wind in the trees, birds calling, and sometimes, in the middle of the night, the sound of something moving in the woods. That didn't bother me at first. It was probably deer, raccoons, maybe even a bear. This was real forest, not some city park. But then, little things started bothering me. I noticed footprints in the soft dirt near the edge of the yard. They weren't mine. I checked. Mine were still fresh, leading from the car to the porch and around the woodpile. These others came from the forest. They were deeper than mine, like from heavier boots. They went around the cabin, paused near the back window, and then disappeared back into the trees. That night, I locked the door and pushed the old couch against it. I felt stupid, but something in me had shifted. That kind of discomfort where your skin feels tight, where you know you're alone, but you start second-guessing it. I told myself someone must have just wandered through. A hunter, maybe. A lost hiker. It happens. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever made those prints didn't just pass through. They stopped. They circled the cabin. On the fourth night, I was brushing my teeth with a water bottle and a cup since there was no plumbing. Just a water tank and a hand pump. That's when I heard it. A rustling outside. Not just a branch swaying. It was footsteps. Clear ones. Crunching the dried pine needles that blanketed the yard. I froze. The window above the kitchen sink didn't have a curtain, just glass looking out into the dark. I moved to the light switch and turned off the cabin lights. My heart was racing. I stood there, breathing through my nose, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps got closer. Then they stopped. I waited, eyes wide, staring out into the dark. But I couldn't see anything. The stars were out, but the tree cover was thick. Only a faint silver light made it through. Then came a sound I will never forget. The door handle, slowly turning, not shaking, not forced, just someone testing it. It didn't open. I had locked it. I had pushed the couch in front of it. I stood completely still, my skin cold, my breath shallow. Then silence again. I don't know how long I stood there, but it felt like forever. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to peek out the side window. I couldn't see anyone. No movement, no shapes, just dark woods. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner with the fireplace poker in my lap. I didn't even light a fire. I didn't want to be seen. I kept the lights off and stared at the windows until the sky started to lighten. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. More footprints, the same heavy boots. They came from the forest right up to the porch. They stopped at the door, then circled the cabin again. But this time there was something new. On the side of the cabin, someone had scratched something into the wood. Just a line. One long, deliberate line. Not a word, just a mark. Like someone was keeping score. I felt something deep inside me start to panic, but I forced it down. I told myself it was just some backwoods prank. Someone trying to scare me, maybe a local who didn't like outsiders. I packed my stuff and got ready to leave. I only had a few days left on the booking, but I didn't care. It wasn't worth it. But when I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. Just a click. I tried again. Click. The lights on the dash didn't even come on. The battery was dead. I popped the hood and checked the connections. Everything looked fine, but the battery had been disconnected. The clamps were off like someone had removed them in the night. Someone had done this. I backed away from the car and looked around the trees. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt watched. That deep, primal feeling, like prey. I didn't have cell signal, not even a bar. The listing said I had to drive 20 minutes back down the road to get a signal. I wasn't going to do that on foot, not with someone out there. I spent the day locked inside the cabin. I kept the fire low, lights off, just sat and listened. I kept checking the windows. Every shadow made me jump. Every creak of the floorboards made my skin crawl. That night, it got worse. Just after midnight, I heard the crunch of footsteps again. This time, there was more than one set. Multiple. Slow. Moving around the cabin. Then tapping. Gentle, deliberate tapping on the walls. Then on the windows. I didn't move. I just sat there with a knife in one hand and the poker in the other, sweating, heart pounding so loud I thought they'd hear it. At one point, I swear I saw a shape just beyond the window. But when I looked directly at it, it was gone. No one ever tried the door again. They didn't need to. They knew I wasn't going anywhere. By morning, the footsteps were gone. I waited for daylight, then grabbed what I could and started walking. I didn't care about the car anymore. I just wanted out. I followed the dirt road, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. My ears were tuned to every sound, every twig snap, every rustle of leaves. It took me nearly 2 hours to reach the first area with signal. My phone lit up with bars and I called for a tow. I gave them my location as best I could. The dispatcher said it would be a while. They didn't have anyone nearby. While I waited, I kept checking the road behind me. Eventually, a tow truck came. The guy was in his 50s, quiet, didn't ask many questions. When we got back to the cabin, he hooked up the car and gave me a strange look. He asked if I had been alone the whole time. I nodded. He just muttered something like, "That explains it," and didn't say more. When I asked what he meant, he shook his head and told me to just be careful. I didn't press him. When I got back home, I reported the incident. I told the local sheriff's department, but they didn't take it too seriously. They said there were probably hunters or trespassers, maybe kids playing a prank. But I knew better. That cabin wasn't just remote. It was watched. Someone knew I'd be there. Someone waited for me to be alone. I haven't been back to the woods since. I don't camp. I don't hike. I don't even like looking at forests anymore. I moved to the city. I keep people close. Keep my doors locked. I check the cameras I installed out. I'm a freelance photo editor. Most of my projects come from small brands or individual clients, weddings, vacation albums, real estate listings, that kind of stuff. Normally, I'm pretty good with deadlines, but for the last few months, my life had been a mess. My sleep was off. I kept checking my phone all day. I'd start one task and abandon it halfway. So I figured the problem was distractions. I needed to get away from the city, from notifications, from noise. A friend had told me about this cabin he stayed in years ago. It was way out near a lake in the upper part of the state, up north where the roads get thinner and phone signals drop out. It was private, quiet, no Wi-Fi, no service. He said it was the best sleep he ever had. He still had the contact for the guy who rented it out, so he forwarded it to me. I booked it for 2 weeks. The plan was simple. Take my laptop, an extra hard drive full of client files, and use the piece to catch up on everything. Edit photos, organize my folders, finish up the backlog, and reset my mind. I thought maybe I'd even go on walks if I felt like it, cook for myself, go to sleep early, and get into a rhythm. That was the idea, at least. The drive took over 7 hours. The last part of it was especially rough. I followed a barely maintained gravel road with no markers, no houses, nothing but trees and mud. I started seeing less and less of anything human. No cars, no mailboxes, just woods. When I finally arrived, it was late afternoon. The sky was gray, and the trees were swaying slightly in the wind. The cabin looked like what I expected. Old plain wood exterior, a small porch, propane tank out back. There was a shed nearby too, weather-worn and sun-bleached. The air smelled like pine and wet leaves. No sounds except birds and the wind. I stood still for a minute after getting out of the car. No buzz of traffic, no planes overhead. It really was quiet. Inside, the cabin had a main room with a couch and a wood-burning stove, a little kitchen area with a fridge and a propane stove, a table, and one bedroom with a queen-sized bed and a small bathroom. Everything looked clean but old. A calendar from 4 years ago hung on one wall. There were a few empty picture frames and a book about deer hunting on the shelf. I unpacked, put the food in the fridge, plugged in my laptop, sat down at the table. I remember thinking, this is perfect. Just what I needed. I opened a folder and got to work. For a few hours, I edited without distraction. No social media, no messages. I made progress, felt good. I ate a frozen meal around 8 p.m., lit a small fire in the stove, and went to bed around 10. The first few days were almost exactly what I hoped for. I worked from morning until late afternoon, then I'd go outside, walk around a bit, come back in, eat, and relax. No issues. I kept a little notepad of what I finished each day, and the list kept growing. The air was fresh. I could hear myself think. But around the 5th night, something strange happened. I had just turned off the lights. I was laying in bed, drifting off, when I heard something on the front porch. It was a soft creaking sound, like someone had stepped on one of the old wood planks. I froze. The wind had been still. No animals had come near the cabin all day. My body went cold. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. Nothing. Total silence. Then again, asterisk creak. Asterisk 1 step. Not fast. Not urgent. Just one. Like someone testing the board. I didn't move for a long time. I was trying to make sense of it. There's no one out here, I told myself. It had to be an animal. Maybe a raccoon or a deer. But I had been out there earlier that day. That porch groaned loud under even the lightest step. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but I stayed awake for hours, listening for it to happen again. Didn't. The next morning, I checked the porch. No prints, no scratches, no sign anything had been out there, but something felt off, like I was being watched. I kept looking at the tree line, scanning for movement, but the woods were still. That day I barely worked. My mind kept going back to the noise. Around noon, I walked into the woods a bit, thinking maybe I'd find tracks or something. But the ground was covered in pine needles and damp leaves. You couldn't tell if anything had passed through. After 20 minutes, I gave up and came back. That night, I brought my laptop into the bedroom, even though I hated working from bed. I left one light on in the hallway. I told myself I just wanted to finish a few things before I slept. I laid in bed editing photos, trying to forget about the porch. Around midnight, I heard it again. Kriawak. I didn't move. The same slow, heavy step. Then nothing. Then again, 10 seconds later. Creak. I shut my laptop slowly. My ears were buzzing from how hard I was listening. This time it wasn't just 1 or 2 steps. It was 3, maybe 4. Then silence again. But this time it wasn't followed by retreating steps. Just stillness, like someone was standing right outside the door. Not walking, not knocking, just there. I stayed in bed with the blanket up to my chest. I didn't even want to breathe loud. I don't know how long I laid like that. Eventually, at some point in the early morning, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I was exhausted. I hadn't heard any more noises after that. When I went out to check, again, nothing. The porch looked the same. I started to question my own hearing. Maybe the cabin was settling. Maybe the wind pushed something. I kept telling myself that. That afternoon, I was trying to work when I looked out the window and saw something that made my stomach twist. On the edge of the tree line, maybe 30 feet out, I saw a tree with bark scraped off in a perfect square. It looked clean, like a knife or sharp tool had done it. Just one patch, chest height, and above it 3 horizontal cuts. Parallel, deep, not natural. I walked out there slowly. My heart was beating too fast. Up close, I could see the tree had been cut with something metal. Not an animal, not a branch falling. Someone had done it. Recently too. The wood was fresh, still light-colored and wet-looking. I turned in a full circle, looking for movement, but the woods were still, silent. After that, I couldn't focus anymore. I brought my laptop back into the bedroom again. I stopped lighting fires at night. I kept the door locked. I barely even cooked. I just waited for darkness to pass. The next few nights, the noise kept happening. Always around midnight. Always the same slow, careful steps on the porch. Never fast, never loud. Just 1 or 2. Then stillness. But then, on the 10th night, it changed. This time I heard not just the porch creak, but a knock. Not a real knock like you do at someone's house. More like something tapping the window once. Then again, 2 minutes later. A soft, high-pitched click on the glass. I stayed completely still. Then I slowly sat up and looked toward the bedroom window, which faced the side of the cabin. There was no face, no shadow, nothing I could see, but I felt like something was right on the other side of the glass. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't even finish my work. I didn't care. I shoved everything into my duffel bag and threw it into the car. I didn't clean up. I didn't write a note. I just left. The gravel road back out felt longer than I remembered. I kept checking my rearview mirror the entire time. I kept expecting someone to follow me, but no one did. When I got back to the city, I slept for 16 hours straight. My phone had 68 missed notifications. Emails, texts, missed calls. But I didn't open anything right away. I just laid in bed and stared at the ceiling. A few days later, I told my friend who recommended the cabin what happened. He looked at me like I was overreacting, said maybe it was a hunter or some weird animal. I didn't argue, but a week after that, something made it all come back. I had plugged in my backup hard drive to start finishing some of the photo work I never completed. I was sorting files when I saw a folder I didn't recognize. It was called Porch /_. I didn't have a camera outside. I never installed one. My laptop was never left on overnight. I opened the folder. There were 19 photos inside, all grainy, low resolution, all taken from the same angle, like someone had placed a cheap camera facing the cabin, looking at the front door. Each photo was timestamped between midnight and 3 a.m. on different nights I was there. In each one, there was a figure, blurry, tall, wearing dark clothes, standing just outside the door, never moving, just standing. I checked the timestamps. The last photo was taken at 3:08 a.m. on my last night there. The figure was closer to the camera in that one, so close you could make out part of the face. It wasn't angry, it wasn't masked. It looked calm, like it was waiting. I never used to be nervous about being alone in the woods. I used to think that if I avoided the crazy stuff people do, like wandering off trails at night or trusting strangers who seemed off, I'd be okay. And for most of my life, I was right. I hiked alone, camped alone, stayed in rentals far away from towns. Sometimes I'd go weeks without seeing another person. It was peaceful, but one trip changed everything. Now, even years later, I don't like talking about it. But I'm gonna try writing it all down here, exactly how it happened. No dreams, no strange visions, no ghosts, just what really happened. It started on a Saturday in early October. The leaves had started turning, but the air still held a bit of warmth during the day. I had taken 2 weeks off work, and my plan was to stay in a small cabin up in the northern hills of Pennsylvania. It was an old place I had found through an obscure cabin rental site. It was pretty much just a box with a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a bed in the corner. The appeal was that it was deep in the woods, far from roads, and not marked on GPS. The owner gave me directions by email, a handwritten sketch with notes like, turn left at the split tree and go past the second gate, not the first. I parked my truck about a quarter mile from the trailhead, loaded up my gear, and hiked into the woods with my backpack and 2 duffel bags. Took me maybe 35 minutes to reach the cabin. It looked just like the photos, old, square, with faded gray siding and a steel chimney pipe sticking out the top. No electricity. The toilet was an outhouse about 20 yards away. No cell signal either, which was expected. I always liked to disconnect completely on trips like this. I settled in the first day without issue, set up my sleeping bag on the bed, unpacked my supplies, started the stove with some firewood that was stacked behind the cabin. There was a big metal bin inside for dry logs and a smaller kindling box. I boiled some water on the stove for tea, ate some trail mix, then read for a few hours before going to bed. That night, I slept like a rock. I remember waking up once around 3 a.m. because the fire had died down and the temperature had dropped. But I threw on a sweatshirt, fed a log into the stove, and fell back asleep. The next few days were calm. I spent time walking the forest trails, cooking simple meals, journaling, and reading. On day 4, I started noticing small things that didn't feel right. First, I just brushed them off. The first thing I saw was a tree about 100 yards from the cabin that had deep gouges in the bark, almost like claw marks, but the spacing was too wide for a bear. The cuts were fresh too, with light-colored sap leaking down. I thought maybe someone had come through with a machete or something. The tree was off any known trail, so it seemed weird but not impossible. Later that same day, when I went to fetch more firewood from the stack outside, I noticed one of the big logs had been pulled out and dropped about 6 feet from the pile. I didn't remember doing it. It wasn't windy. I shrugged and figured maybe I had pulled it out earlier and forgotten. I carried it back and placed it inside with the others. That night, around 11 p.m., I was lying in bed with the fire still glowing faintly. I heard something outside, just one sound, not an animal. It sounded like a footstep or a crunch on gravel. I sat up, held my breath, nothing else. I stayed up for another hour listening, but it stayed quiet. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when I opened the door to step outside, I stopped cold. In the soft mud just in front of the porch steps, there was a footprint. A clear, full boot print. Not mine. I wear a size 10 hiking boot. This print was larger and had a different tread pattern. Deep too, like whoever made it was heavy or had stepped with purpose. The print pointed toward the cabin, not away. I looked around and saw no other prints, just the one. I felt sick to my stomach. That meant someone had walked up to my cabin in the middle of the night and stood there. Maybe just one person. No vehicle could have gotten in here. The trails weren't drivable. That meant someone had hiked in, The nearest real road was 4 miles out. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't armed. I had bear spray and a hatchet, but that was it. I spent the day alert, checking the woods in every direction, and didn't leave the cabin much. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat inside with the stove dark, not wanting the glow to be visible from outside, listening to every creak and pop. Nothing happened that night. I started to think maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was an old print. Maybe a hunter. Maybe someone looking for the river nearby. I told myself all these things and tried to settle back into a routine. But I also started locking the cabin door at night, even though it was just a simple bolt. 2 more nights passed without anything strange. On the 3rd day, I hiked a few miles out toward a high ridge to get a view. That's when I saw him. I was standing on the edge of a rock ledge, looking over the treetops, when I glanced to my right and saw a man standing still among the trees. He was maybe 200 feet away, just standing half behind a tree, staring at me. I froze. He didn't move. I could barely make out details. He had a tan jacket on, dark pants, maybe a beard. His face was partly hidden behind the tree trunk. I raised my hand, like a wave, but he didn't respond. I backed away slowly, not turning around. I went back down the trail and returned to the cabin. That night, I barely kept it together. I stayed awake with my headlamp in one hand and the hatchet in the other. I kept the fire off. At some point around 2 a.m., I thought I saw something move past the window. I didn't check. I just sat there in the dark, heart pounding, praying it would be morning soon. When daylight finally came, I made a decision. I packed everything into my bags, loaded them up, and prepared to hike out. I told myself I would leave early, hike to the truck, and drive straight home. But when I stepped outside, I found something that made my stomach drop. On the door of the outhouse, someone had carved a symbol. It wasn't anything I recognized, just a square with an X through it, deeply cut into the wood. It hadn't been there when I arrived. The cuts were fresh. I didn't wait. I grabbed my bags and started walking. The trail back to the road wasn't complicated, but I was moving fast, looking over my shoulder every few steps. The woods felt quieter than usual. At one point, I thought I heard something behind me, maybe 100 feet back. A stick breaking. I didn't stop to check. It took me nearly 2 hours to reach the truck. When I got there, I threw the bags in the bed and jumped into the cab. I started the engine, backed up fast, and sped down the gravel road until I reached pavement. But it didn't end there. That night, back home in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the man, the symbol, the footprint. I checked the cabin listing again, thinking maybe someone else had written a warning in the reviews. But the page was gone. The whole listing had disappeared. I tried emailing the owner again. The message bounced back. The site itself seemed to have vanished. A week later, I came home from work and found something taped to my front door. A sheet of paper, blank, except for the same square with an X symbol drawn in black marker. I didn't report it. Who would I tell? What would I say? There was no proof. No one had hurt me. I wasn't robbed. But it didn't stop me from feeling watched. I moved to a new place within a month. Different city, different job. I sold all my camping gear and haven't been back to the woods since. I've spent a long time wondering what that man wanted. Why he followed me. Why he marked the outhouse. Why he later marked my door. But maybe the worst part is not knowing. Maybe he just wanted me to know he was there, that he could follow me, that he knew where I lived. Or maybe he just enjoyed watching people break. Either way, I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't stay in cabins. I live in the middle of the city now, surrounded by buildings and lights and crowds. And every time I walk home at night, I check my door before I touch the handle, just in case I see that symbol again. So far, I haven't, but I still think about him. The man I saw only twice, once in the forest, and once from my window. I went up to the cabin in mid-October. It wasn't cold enough for snow yet, but the air had that dry sharpness that comes before winter really settles in. I wanted peace and time to clear my head. Life in the city had gotten too loud. Too many things going wrong at once. I thought I just needed quiet, somewhere I could be alone, somewhere far from traffic and people and phone calls. The cabin belonged to an old friend who had moved out of the country a few years ago. He hadn't been back to visit in a while, and the place had been sitting empty for a long time. He gave me the keys and said I could stay as long as I wanted. The cabin sat near the edge of a pine forest, a few miles away from the nearest small town. The road leading up to it was narrow and covered in fallen pine needles. I had to drive slow to avoid the potholes. When I got there, the place looked worn down but still solid. The wooden boards were gray and a bit warped from weather, and the roof had some moss growing along the edge, but the lock turned just fine, and inside it was dry. There was no electricity except from a small gas-powered generator out back, and no running water except from a hand pump a few feet from the back door. That didn't bother me. I was used to roughing it. I brought food, a camping stove, a water filter, some warm clothes, and a few basic tools. The first couple of days passed quietly. I hiked a little, cut up some dead wood for the small iron stove inside, and read a few books I'd brought. The air was clean. The silence was thick. Felt good. At night, I could hear wind pushing through the trees, and sometimes I heard small animals rustling through the brush. Nothing strange. Nothing that made me feel unsafe. On the third day, I found something odd. I had gone out back early in the morning to pump some water. The air was misty and cold. While I was working the pump handle, I looked out past the edge of the woods and noticed something dark about 30 yards away. I walked a little closer and saw that it was an old shed. I hadn't noticed it before. It was hidden by trees and bushes. The door was half open, hanging crooked on its hinges. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. Curious, I walked up to it. The smell hit me first: mold, damp wood, and something sharp and stale like old metal or dried urine. Inside, it was dark. The roof had a hole in it, and thin streaks of sunlight came through, showing piles of old junk. Rusted tools, a busted camping chair, a cracked plastic container. I didn't stay in there long. The place felt like it was rotting from the inside out. I walked back to the cabin and didn't think much of it. That night, I had trouble sleeping. It started with small sounds, something tapping against the outside wall. At first, I thought it was just branches in the wind, but it kept going. Light taps, spaced out almost like a rhythm, then silence, then another tap. I got up and looked out through the front window, but saw nothing. The moon was high, and the woods looked silver and still. I went back to bed and finally drifted off. In the morning, I stepped outside and checked around the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place until I saw the footprints. They were faint, just a few of them, leading from the shed toward the back of the cabin. I knelt down to look closer. They weren't mine. Too big. The tread was worn and uneven, like from old boots. They stopped a few feet from the back wall. I followed them back toward the shed, but the trail disappeared in the brush. I stood there for a while, just listening. Nothing. No birds, no wind. It was dead quiet. I told myself it could have been an old trail I hadn't noticed before. Maybe just from years ago. I went about my day trying to ignore the tight feeling growing in my chest. That evening, I locked the door and moved one of the chairs in front of it, just to be safe. I loaded the small hunting rifle I had brought and kept it leaning next to the bed. I didn't like how it felt anymore. The air was too still. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. My mouth was dry, and my heart was already pounding before I even sat up. I didn't know why at first. I just had this deep feeling that something was wrong. Then I heard the sound. It was the sound of something dragging against wood. Slow, steady scraping, like metal on the porch floor. Then it stopped. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I stared at the ceiling in the dark, straining to hear more. Silence. After a long time, I got up and moved to the window. I stayed low and peeked out. First, I saw nothing. Then I noticed the door to the shed was wide open now. Not just halfway like before, fully open. It swung slightly in the breeze. I kept watching, but nothing moved. Eventually, the cold crept into my skin, and I pulled back from the window. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day, I walked back out to the shed. I didn't want to, but I felt like I had to. The door was still open. Inside, it looked the same, rotting junk, old shadows. But then I noticed something that hadn't been there before. On top of the cracked plastic container, there was a metal saw. Not rusted, not old. Clean, like it had been used recently. I stepped back, slowly, and walked back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I didn't go outside again that day. I kept the rifle nearby and tried to calm myself. Maybe someone had been squatting in the area. Maybe it was just a hunter or someone passing through. But that didn't explain the saw, or the dragging noise, or the footprints that led to my cabin but didn't lead away. That night, I sat in the dark with the stove burning low. I kept every window covered. I listened. Around midnight, I heard the floorboards creak on the porch. Just once, then again, then silence. I waited, then something touched the doorknob. I heard the soft metal click as it shifted, but the door was locked and the chair was still in front of it. I held the rifle tight, aimed it at the door, and sat still for what felt like hours. Eventually, morning came. When I opened the door, the chair had been pushed an inch back. There were scratches on the doorknob, not deep, but fresh, new. Someone had tried to open it. I decided I was leaving that day. I packed everything fast, shoved it all into the truck, and didn't even bother cleaning up. But before I drove off, I had one more stupid idea. I walked back to the shed one last time. I don't even know why. Maybe to prove to myself it wasn't as bad as I thought. This time, inside the shed, there was something new. A piece of folded paper sat on the chair. It was dirty, but the handwriting was clear. Just one sentence. "I watch you when you sleep." I stood there holding it, and I think my hands started shaking before my brain caught up to what I was reading. I dropped the paper and ran. I drove for 2 hours without stopping. When I got to the small town nearby, I told the local police everything. They went out to check the cabin the next day. They called me after. They said the shed had been burned to the ground overnight. Someone had lit it up and left nothing but ash. No footprints, no tracks, no sign of a person. Just blackened wood and melted metal. Whoever had been watching me had stayed hidden the whole time. I never went back. I never saw the friend who owned the cabin again, either. I mailed him the keys and told him I couldn't explain. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep. Every small creak in my apartment made me jump. I kept the blinds closed and left lights on all night. I checked locks 3-4 times before bed. I still don't know if he was living in the woods, hiding in that shed, or if he had been inside the cabin at some point without me knowing. I don't want to know. All I know is that someone was watching me. Close, quiet, patient, and I left just in time. I had been putting off the deadline for months. The pressure was closing in on me from every direction, and I knew I needed to disappear for a while just to focus. The city was too loud, my apartment was too small, and there were too many distractions. Emails, phones, people knocking, and even the sound of traffic made it impossible to sit still and work. I needed to isolate myself, not in a hotel or rented room in town, but somewhere far away, where I couldn't be disturbed. That's how I ended up in the cabin. A friend from college, someone I hadn't spoken to in years, had posted about a place his family owned deep in the woods of northern Montana. A simple, old cabin. No internet, no phone line, and no neighbors for miles. When I reached out, he was surprised to hear from me, but said I could use it as long as I wanted, so long as I left it the way I found it. I didn't care what it looked like. As long as it had 4 walls, a roof, and electricity, it would do. The drive there took the better part of a day. After leaving the main highway, I followed a gravel road for what felt like an hour, then turned onto a narrow dirt trail that cut through thick pine forest. I had to slow to a crawl as the branches closed in around me, scratching the sides of the car. I kept checking my GPS even though the signal had dropped 30 minutes earlier. The directions I had written down were still clutched in my hand, slowly turning damp from my sweat. The air felt different out here. It was cold even though it was early fall, and the sky was overcast with low-hanging clouds that looked like they could drop snow at any minute. I finally saw the cabin just before dusk, hidden behind a line of dense trees. It was smaller than I imagined. made of old gray wood with a slanted roof that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. The porch sagged in the middle. One of the steps creaked loud as I climbed up and tried the door. It was unlocked, just like my friend said it would be. Inside, it was simple: one room with a small kitchen in the corner, a wood stove, a table, and a cot in the far end with a thin mattress. There was a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling and a fuse box nailed crooked on the wall beside it. The bathroom was out back, just a tiny outhouse with a wooden latch. There was no mirror, no shower, no radio, no distractions of any kind. It was perfect. I unpacked my things slowly, putting my laptop and notebooks on the table. I had brought enough food to last me a couple of weeks. Cans of beans, rice, peanut butter, and oatmeal. Bottled water too. I wasn't planning to go back into town anytime soon. That first night, I worked for hours, with no phone to check, no messages to read, and no noise besides the soft hum of wind outside. I found a focus I hadn't felt in months. I wrote until my fingers were stiff, only stopping when my eyes started closing on their own. The cabin was cold. I had started a fire in the stove earlier, but it hadn't lasted. I pulled my sleeping bag onto the cot and lay down fully clothed, arms tucked close to my body for warmth. In the silence, I noticed every sound. The creaks of the wooden walls, the scratching of a branch against the window, the occasional thump from somewhere above me that I guessed was just an animal on the roof. I didn't feel scared, not really, just aware. Aware of how far away I was from everything and how quiet it really was out there. The next few days went by without much trouble. I woke up early, made oatmeal, and sat at the table for hours writing. I stretched my legs in the afternoon by walking through the trees near the cabin, staying within sight of the structure so I wouldn't get lost. There were no trails, just thick underbrush and uneven ground. I saw animal tracks a few times, deer mostly. Once I spotted what might have been a bear paw print in the mud, but it looked old. I started locking the door at night, even though I knew it wouldn't stop a bear if one really wanted in. It was around the 5th night when I started noticing things. Small things at first. I'd wake up in the morning and find the front door slightly open. The first time it happened, I blamed myself. Maybe I hadn't latched it properly the night before. The second time, I was sure I had. I tested the door, opened and closed it, made sure the latch clicked into place. That night, I locked it again and even stacked a heavy box of canned food in front of it from the inside. I felt silly doing it, but something didn't sit right with me. I wanted to know for sure. When I woke up, the door was still closed, but the box had been pushed a few inches to the side. I stood there staring at it for a long time. The windows were all locked. There was no sign of a break-in, no damage to the latch. I opened the door and looked outside. Nothing seemed disturbed. The ground was dry, and if someone had walked around the cabin, I figured there would be footprints or bent grass or some other sign. But there was nothing. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I had moved the box myself and just forgot. Maybe I was overthinking everything because I wasn't used to being alone like this. But that feeling in my gut didn't go away. On the 6th day, something worse happened. I had just come back from a short walk and found the table inside the cabin had been moved. Not far, just a few inches, but I could see the marks on the dusty floor where the legs had scraped the wood. I hadn't moved it since I got there. I checked the laptop, still there. My notebooks were where I left them. Nothing was missing. I stood in the doorway for a long time, staring at the table. I couldn't hear anything. No engine, no voices, not even birds. The wind had died down. The air felt heavy. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the fire going and stayed in my sleeping bag, my eyes on the door the whole time. I thought about leaving. I could pack my things and drive back to town. But I told myself that I came out here to get something done, and I was more than halfway finished. I didn't want to leave because of something I couldn't even explain. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside. The 7th day was different. I spent most of it inside, checking every inch of the cabin. I even climbed up into the crawl space above the ceiling, which was just a narrow gap between the roof and the wooden beams. It was full of dust and spider webs, but nothing else. I checked behind the stove, under the cot, even inside the old cupboards. Nothing. Just as I was about to sit down to work again, I noticed something strange. On the edge of the window frame, the one facing the woods, there were scratches. Not from an animal. They looked like knife marks, carved in a slow, deliberate line, as if someone had run a blade across the wood multiple times. My heart dropped. That evening, I didn't bother trying to sleep. I sat in the chair with my flashlight and my backpack packed by the door. I hadn't seen another person in a week, but I couldn't shake the idea that someone was out there. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something. It was faint at first, like footsteps in the leaves. Then it stopped. I turned off the flashlight and sat still. No movement. For a few minutes, I thought I might have imagined it. But then I heard it again, closer this time. Slow, careful steps. I didn't move. My hands were sweating, even though the room was cold. I held my breath and waited. The sound stopped again. Then a soft thud. On the porch. Something was out there. I stayed in that chair until dawn, not moving once. When the light finally came through the windows, I unlocked the door slowly and stepped outside. The front step had dirt on it that wasn't there before. I looked closer and saw what looked like a boot print. Just one, angled toward the door. I didn't go back inside. I grabbed my keys and started the car. I drove until I reached the gravel road, then kept driving without stopping. I ended up staying at a motel in the nearest town. I didn't sleep much that night either. I kept thinking about how far that cabin was from everything. No signal, no help, and someone had still found their way there. Someone had come onto that porch, opened that door, and walked inside while I was sleeping. I called my friend the next morning and told him I was done with the cabin. I didn't explain why. I didn't want to talk about it. I just gave him the key and left. A few days later, I read something in the local paper. A man had been arrested about 20 miles from the cabin. He'd been living off-grid for years, breaking into hunting cabins and old sheds for supplies. They found tools, knives, and a journal filled with notes about places he'd been and people he'd watched. The article didn't say much more. It didn't mention the cabin I stayed in, but I didn't need it to. I knew. Back in the fall of last year, I took a short break from work. I had about 2 weeks off, and I didn't want to waste it sitting at home. I also didn't want to spend too much on hotels or flights, so I thought maybe I could go somewhere quiet, rent a cheap cabin in the woods, just to disconnect from the noise of the city and be alone for a while. I was tired of traffic, tired of small talk, tired of screens and notifications. I wanted silence. Just me, nature, a few books, some food, maybe some walks in the woods and rest. That's it. I found this listing online. Some guy was renting out a small, off-grid cabin about 2 hours away from where I lived. It had no Wi-Fi, no power except for a little solar panel for charging phones, and no running water except from a big rain tank that fed a tap near the sink. But the price was low, about a third of what most other places cost. The pictures looked nice. Simple place, wooden, not fancy, surrounded by pine trees, with a fire pit outside and a small stream nearby. I booked 5 nights and drove out there 2 weeks later. The drive was quiet, no traffic at all. Once I passed the small town nearest to the cabin, I didn't see another car or person. It was a weekday, and I guess most people were at work or school. The road turned from pavement to gravel and then narrowed into a dirt trail. I followed the directions the owner had sent me, through a gate, over a small wooden bridge, past an old metal fence, then a steep uphill climb on loose gravel. That part made me nervous. I had a small car, not a truck, and the wheels slipped a little near the top. But I made it. When I got to the cabin, I parked right beside it. It looked just like the pictures. Small, worn but clean, made of light brown wood with a metal roof, tucked between tall trees. The air was cool and fresh, and it smelled like pine and damp earth. I unpacked my stuff, just some canned food, dry snacks, a flashlight, matches, warm clothes, a folding chair, and a small cooler with a few frozen things that I figured I'd eat in the first day or two. I had my sleeping bag and a small mattress pad, too. The cabin had a small cot and a table inside, nothing fancy, but I didn't need much. Inside, the air was a bit musty at first, but not bad. There were 2 small windows, one on the front wall and one on the side. The floor was wooden and uneven in spots. A few old tools hung on the wall, a rusted saw, a hammer, a hand crank lantern. There was a small shelf with a few books and 2 folded maps. No bathroom, just a small outhouse about 15 feet behind the cabin. The first night went by quietly. I sat outside by the fire pit, didn't bother to make a fire. I watched the sky turn dark through the trees, watched a few stars come out, and then went back inside when it got too cold. I used my phone flashlight to get ready for bed. I didn't hear a single car, voice, or dog. It was quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. But that silence started to feel heavier the next morning. I woke up around 6. My back was stiff from the cot, and the air inside the cabin was freezing. I put on my jacket and stepped outside to use the outhouse. The cold air hit me like a slap. It had to be near freezing. I saw my breath. I walked around a little to warm up and tried to shake off the sleep. There was no one around. No distant cars, no voices. The wind barely moved. Even the birds were quiet. I made some instant oatmeal with hot water I boiled on a little camping stove, then sat by the stream nearby and listened. Still nothing. I told myself that's what I came here for. Silence. Peace. But that second day felt strange. Not bad, just strange. I went for a short hike into the woods after breakfast. I didn't go far, maybe 20 minutes away from the cabin. I followed a narrow animal trail through the trees, saw some squirrel tracks and what might have been deer prints in the soft ground. I didn't see any actual animals. I sat on a fallen log and read a bit from a book I brought, then headed back before noon. When I came back, I noticed something small. The folding chair I had left outside the cabin was lying on its side. I didn't remember any wind. I stood it back up and looked around. Nothing else seemed touched. I figured maybe it had been uneven on the ground and tipped over on its own. That night I made a fire. I sat by it for a couple hours, just watching the flames, feeling the warmth. It was so dark outside the ring of the firelight that it felt like I was floating in a black room. I couldn't even see the trees past a certain point. At one point I thought I heard something, like dry leaves crunching far off in the woods, but I didn't see anything. It might have been a squirrel or something bigger. Still, I went inside not long after that. I locked the cabin door even though I didn't really expect anyone to come out there. It had a little slide bolt at the top. Not very strong. I checked my phone, no service, no texts. I turned it off to save battery and laid down. I heard a soft thump outside maybe half an hour later, but I didn't get up to check. Could have been a pine cone falling. I closed my eyes and forced myself to stop thinking. On the third day, something changed. I woke up later than I meant to. The sun was already pretty high. I got up fast, feeling like I had overslept, even though there was no schedule. The first thing I noticed when I stepped outside was that the folding chair was gone. I looked around. It wasn't where I had left it. It wasn't anywhere around the cabin. I walked to the side, checked behind the trees, checked near the fire pit. Gone. It made no sense. The chair wasn't light, it was one of those steel-framed camping chairs with thick fabric. Couldn't have blown away in the wind. There was no wind. I started to feel a slow wave of tension in my chest. I looked for tracks in the dirt, but the ground was hard and dry. No footprints, no drag marks. I walked down the path a little and saw nothing. I stood still for a long time, just listening, trying to hear anything. But the forest gave me nothing. The trees stood still. No birds, no wind. I walked down to the stream and sat for a while, trying to calm down. I told myself it didn't matter, that it could have been animals, maybe even other campers, but I hadn't seen any sign of other people. Not one rapper, no distant fire smoke, nothing. That evening I didn't sit outside. I stayed inside and kept the door shut. I didn't make dinner. I just ate some dry snacks and laid on the cot. I didn't even read. I listened. Somewhere around midnight, I heard something scrape against the outside wall of the cabin. Not a branch, not an animal sound. A scrape, slow and steady, across the back wall. I laid perfectly still, every muscle frozen. It moved along the wall. Not fast, not hard. Just a soft, dragging scrape. Then silence. I waited, holding my breath. Then I heard it again, just one scrape, this time near the window. I sat up slowly and reached for my flashlight. I didn't turn it on. I waited. I wanted to hear more before I gave away my position, but the sound didn't come back. Eventually, I turned on the light and looked out the window. I didn't see anything. I barely slept that night. Every noise felt like a warning. By the fourth day, I was already planning to leave early. I hadn't used my car since I got there. I walked down the slope to check on it, just to be sure. It was parked where I left it, but something was off. There were long scratches on the driver's side door, 4 of them running straight down, almost evenly spaced, like someone had dragged a sharp object down it. Not random scratches from a branch or bush, they were deliberate. I crouched and touched them, fresh. The edges had a silvery shine where the paint was scraped off. I stood there for a long time, not moving. My mind tried to find a normal explanation, but I couldn't find one. I went back to the cabin and packed my things fast. I wasn't going to stay the last night, but then I hit a new problem. When I tried to start the car, it wouldn't turn over. Battery wasn't dead. The lights came on, but the engine just clicked and refused to start. I tried again and again, but nothing. I opened the hood, checked the cables, tapped the battery. All the things I remembered from old advice. Nothing worked. I was stuck. No cell signal. No way to call for help. The nearest town was easily a 2-hour walk, maybe more. I sat in the car for a while, just staring through the windshield. I knew I couldn't panic. I still had food and water. It was one more night. I could hike out early the next morning. I locked the car and went back to the cabin. I stayed inside with my flashlight on my chest, staring at the ceiling for hours. I didn't hear anything that night, just silence. That made it worse somehow. At dawn, I packed everything and started walking. I didn't go back down the main road. I followed the dirt path that led toward the stream, thinking I might cut across and reach the lower trail that led to the main road faster. I knew it wasn't smart, but I didn't want to pass the steep gravel hill again. I was angry, tired, just wanted to get out. That was a mistake. About 40 minutes into the walk, I realized I had gone off track. The trees thickened, and I couldn't see the stream anymore. I tried to circle back, but every direction I had been needing to get away for a long time. Life back in the city had become too loud, too crowded, too demanding. The constant movement of people, the honking of cars, the screens flashing everywhere. It had all started to wear me down. I was tired of everything. I wanted space, quiet, time to think. No phone calls, no emails, no obligations. Just stillness. That's why I ended up booking a remote cabin far from everything, about 3 hours past the last town, somewhere deep in the northern woods. The cabin itself was nothing fancy. A small, weathered wooden structure that looked like it had been standing for decades. It had a tin roof, a front porch with a leaning railing, and a wood-burning stove inside. No electricity, no plumbing. I had brought bottled water and non-perishable food in bulk. There was an outhouse about 30 yards away behind a line of pine trees. A single bed in one corner, a small table, and an old chair. That was it. But to me, it felt perfect. I arrived on a Monday morning. The weather was cool and quiet. The forest around me was thick and green, mostly pine and birch, the kind of place where even your own footsteps sounded too loud. The air smelled like wet bark and moss. There was a dirt road leading up to the cabin that curved and disappeared about a mile before the nearest paved road. I hadn't seen a single car since I turned off the main highway. That was exactly how I wanted it. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, stacked my supplies, and walked around the area to get familiar with it. There was a small creek down a hill behind the cabin. I followed it for a bit and saw deer tracks along the soft earth. I didn't go far. I just wanted to feel the area out. I set up a few basic things inside the cabin and laid on the bed for a while. It was firm and creaked when I moved, but I didn't mind. I slept early that night and heard nothing but wind pushing through the trees. The next few days went about the same. I spent the mornings walking around the woods, sometimes sitting on fallen logs and just listening. Birds, insects, the sound of the leaves moving. I cooked canned meals on the small propane burner I had brought. I had a few books with me, and I'd read by the window until the light faded. After that, It was just the dim glow of a flashlight and the quiet humming of the forest at night. By the fourth day, I had settled into the rhythm. I had no plans to leave early. I brought enough supplies for 2 weeks and wanted to use every day of it. I didn't need much, just quiet. But that's also when I noticed something that didn't feel right. It was around midday. I had just come back from a long walk near the creek, where I'd gone farther than usual. The area was beautiful, thick trees, rocks covered in moss, and patches of ferns spreading across the forest floor. As I was walking back, maybe 200 yards from the cabin, I stopped. I don't know why. Something just felt off. There was a strange silence around me. No birds, no rustling, just stillness. I looked around, trying to understand what had changed, and that's when I saw it. Up on a hill, maybe 50 yards to my left, I spotted movement between the trees. It was far, but not too far. I squinted and saw what looked like a person, standing very still behind a tree, just standing. I couldn't make out details, only the shape. Person in dark clothing. At first, I thought maybe it was another hiker, maybe even a hunter. But there was something off about how still they were. They didn't move, not even a little. Just behind the tree, watching, it seemed. I froze. My first instinct was to pretend I hadn't seen them. I looked down, kept walking slowly back toward the cabin, trying not to appear alarmed. I didn't want to run or act panicked in case whoever it was had bad intentions. When I reached the cabin, I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. My heart was beating hard, but I tried to stay calm. I waited near the front window for a while, just watching, but I didn't see anything else. Eventually, I forced myself to believe it was nothing. Probably just a hunter or someone camping nearby. But something about it didn't sit right. That part of the forest wasn't close to any trails. I hadn't seen any signs of people since I got here. The next day, I didn't go for a walk. I stayed around the cabin, splitting some of the wood stacked on the side, keeping my eyes on the woods as much as I could. The feeling hadn't left me. Every time I stepped outside, I felt watched. I would turn quickly and see nothing. Still trees, a few birds now and then, but I kept feeling it. Later that afternoon, I decided to check around the cabin. I walked a slow circle in a wide radius, maybe 50 feet out in every direction. I looked for footprints, trash, anything. That's when I saw it. Behind the cabin, near the tree lean, a cigarette butt on the ground. It wasn't old, still had ash. The tip wasn't even fully out. I don't smoke. No one had been here except me. I stared at it for a while, feeling that cold sensation in my chest. Someone had been close enough to see the cabin, to see me. I felt exposed, like a window had been open all night and I hadn't noticed. I picked up the butt and threw it in a plastic bag. I didn't want to leave it there. That night, I barely slept. I kept the flashlight beside me and stayed under the blanket, listening. Around 1 a.m., I thought I heard something. Not animals, not wind. A sound like a stick snapping underfoot, slow and deliberate. I held my breath and sat up in bed. My eyes were wide open in the dark. Then another sound, like someone slowly walking over dry leaves. I didn't move. I just waited, heart thudding. Eventually, the sound stopped. I stayed awake until the light came through the window. The next day, I told myself I should leave. I even packed a few things. But then I stopped. I didn't want to run over something that might be nothing. I told myself I was overthinking, being paranoid. Maybe someone was just passing through. I was in the woods. People wander, right? That's all. But the next night proved me wrong. It was nearly pitch black. I had finished eating and was lying on the bed with my flashlight off, just listening. Around 10 p.m., I heard movement outside. Not animal movement, human footsteps, slow, crunching lightly through the leaves, circling the cabin. Then I heard a thud, a soft knock on the wall near the back of the cabin. Not the door, just the wall. Then silence. A minute passed, then another knock, a little louder, still behind the cabin. I stayed still, barely breathing. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. I didn't move, didn't turn on the light. Another sound, footsteps now moving toward the side of the cabin, then to the front. I slowly sat up, trying to stay silent. I didn't want to look out the window. I didn't want to see anyone. My mind raced. I had no gun, no phone signal, just a hatchet I had used for wood, which I slowly grabbed and held in my lap. The footsteps moved again back toward the woods. Then silence. I sat there for hours waiting. Nothing else happened. But I knew someone had been there, no doubt. The next morning, I found new footprints behind the cabin. Clear ones, big, heavy boots. The same place I'd found the cigarette butt. This wasn't a random hiker. Someone was watching. Someone had been waiting. That was when I decided I was done. I packed up quickly, threw everything into the car, locked the cabin door even though it felt pointless. I didn't look back, but as I was pulling out onto the dirt road, I noticed something that made me feel worse. At the entrance to the dirt road, just before the trees thickened, there were tire tracks. Deep ones, fresh. Someone else had driven in and back out. Recently, I hadn't heard a car. I hadn't seen anyone, but someone had come close, maybe even stayed nearby. The drive out felt like it lasted forever. Every turn of the dirt road, I expected to see someone standing there, waiting, but I didn't. I reached the highway, drove for an hour before I stopped at a gas station, and finally let myself breathe. It's been months now since that trip. I haven't gone back. I never reported anything. There wasn't really anything to report. No crime, no damage, nothing clear. Just a string of quiet signs that someone was out there, watching, waiting. Maybe they were just passing through. Maybe not. I don't know. But I do know that I was being watched. I saw them. I heard them. I felt them. That wasn't paranoia. That was real. And that's all it takes sometimes. Not some monster or ghost, not some fairy tale thing. Just a person standing too still behind a tree, watching when you think you're alone. That's what stays with you, and it still does. I drove up to the cabin in early December. The plan was simple: get away from everything. I had taken 2 weeks off work, didn't tell anyone where I was going, and booked a tiny off-grid cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I found it on a forum about quiet retreats, and some guy with a generic username posted a list of remote cabins for rent. This one stood out: no electricity, with stove heating, water from a well, and no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I needed. I was burned out from everything: work, city noise, people. I wanted cold air, silence, and space to think. The drive took about 10 hours. I left Minneapolis around 6 a.m. and drove straight up north, past Duluth, then deeper into forest country. By the time I turned onto the last road, a half-frozen dirt track that looked more like a snow-covered trail than anything meant for a car, it was almost dark. The GPS lost signal about 20 minutes earlier. I followed the printed directions carefully. My tires crunched over frozen ruts and ice patches. I passed no houses, no signs, nothing. Just trees and white. Finally, I saw the cabin. It sat at the bottom of a small hill, barely visible through thick pines. One floor, wooden porch, snow covering half the roof. There was an old green pickup truck beside it, covered in a dusting of snow, clearly not moved in a long time. I parked behind it. My breath fogged as I stepped out of the car. The cold hit hard, but it was dead quiet. Not just quiet, completely still. I stood for a minute looking around. There was something strange about how silent it was. No wind, no birds, nothing. It didn't bother me at first. I was too tired to care. Inside, the cabin was exactly as described. A main room with a wood stove, a small table, a narrow bed, and a tiny kitchen with a hand pump at the sink. There was a back door that led to an outhouse, which I found after shuffling through ankle-deep snow. Everything was basic but usable. I lit a couple candles, got a fire going with the wood already stacked beside the stove, and unpacked. That first night was peaceful. I cooked canned stew on a small camping stove I brought and sat near the fire with a blanket. I listened to the crackling of the logs and stared out the window. The darkness outside was pure black. Not a single light, not even stars because the sky was cloudy. I stayed up a little longer, then went to bed with thermals on, the fire still popping quietly. Sometime during the night, I thought I heard a creak on the porch, just once. I stayed still and listened, but there was nothing else. I figured it was the wood settling from the temperature change. Still, I didn't sleep that well. I kept waking up, feeling like something was off, like the air in the room felt a little too heavy. But I told myself it was just nerves from being alone. The next morning, I got up around 7. The fire was dead, and it was cold enough inside to see my breath. I made coffee, boiled water on the camping stove, and bundled up to bring in more firewood. There was a small shed behind the cabin. It had a padlock, but the key was on a nail inside the door. Everything was dry and neatly stacked. While I was outside, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the snow. Not mine, they were coming from the woods, past the edge of the trees. I hadn't walked out that far yet. The prints looked fresh. They came about halfway across the clearing, stopped, and turned around. No one was supposed to be out here. I walked to the prints, knelt down, and looked closely. They were made by boots. Not old ones either, the treads were still sharp. The depth told me the person wasn't very heavy, maybe around my size. They hadn't sunk too deep. But what bothered me was that they just stopped, about 20 feet from the cabin and turned around exactly, like someone stood there watching and then left. I told myself it was probably a hiker or a hunter. The land wasn't fenced after all. Still, I didn't like how they were so close and didn't come to the door or leave a note or anything. Just stood there, then left. The rest of the day was quiet. I chopped some kindling, wrote in my notebook, read a bit, and tried to shake the feeling of being watched. But every time I went near the window, I kept looking toward the trees, half expecting someone to be standing there. That night, I made sure to double-check the door locks. The windows didn't have locks, but they were small and mostly sealed shut with old paint. I left the fire burning longer, wanting the room to stay warm. I couldn't shake the unease I felt. Just before midnight, I woke up again. This time, there was no doubt. I heard something on the porch, a scraping sound like something being dragged slowly, then a thud, then silence. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The fire had died down, but I could still see a faint orange glow. I stayed completely still, straining to hear. Nothing, just the occasional pop from the stove. After a long time, I got up and went to the window. I pushed the curtain aside slightly and looked out. There was nothing there. I opened the door slowly, flashlight in hand, and stepped onto the porch. The cold hit me instantly. I shone the light across the porch and then down at the snow. That's when I saw it. There was a piece of rope lying near the steps, thick, frayed at the ends. Not mine. I hadn't brought rope. It was partially frozen into the snow, as if someone had been dragging it. There were also more footprints, the same boots coming from the woods again, to the edge of the porch this time. Then walking away. The tracks didn't come up the steps. Whoever it was stood just below the edge of the porch, dropped the rope, and left. I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They went straight back into the woods. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. The same trail of prints led from the trees to the porch. This time, there was another set. Smaller, lighter, almost like a second person had come along. They overlapped at points like one person had been following the other. I thought about leaving, just packing up and driving back. But the snow was heavier now, and the drive out wouldn't be easy. I convinced myself it was probably someone playing a joke, or a hunter messing around. Maybe someone knew the cabin was rented out and thought it was funny to spook people. Still, I took the axe inside and kept it next to the bed. The third night, I didn't even try to sleep much. I stayed up with the fire going, a candle lit, and the axe nearby. Around 2 a.m., it started again. A scraping noise. Not on the porch this time, but around the back of the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight, opened the back door slowly, and looked around. Nothing at first. Then I saw it. Near the woodshed, there was a plastic bag on the ground. Not mine. I walked over slowly. The bag was full of clothes. Dirty, torn, frozen. There was an old shirt, pants, even underwear. All adult-sized. Some had bloodstains. I stood there, my heart thudding in my ears. Someone had dropped a bag of bloody clothes behind the cabin. In the night, I went back inside, locked the doors again, and shoved a chair under the handle. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I walked back to the woodshed with the bag, trying to make sense of it. I used a stick to move the clothes. There was a jacket at the bottom. I checked the pockets. Inside was a wallet. No money, no cards, but an ID. It was a Minnesota driver's license. Male, about my age. The name was Jacob Lance. The license had expired 2 years ago. My stomach dropped. I went back inside and started packing my things. I had stayed long enough. I wasn't going to wait around for whatever this was to get worse. But when I tried to start my car, it didn't turn over. Battery was fine. Fuel was full, but it just clicked over and over, then stopped completely, dead. I popped the hood, checked everything I could. No loose wires, no sign of tampering. I couldn't explain it. By that evening, I accepted I was stuck, at least until someone came by. But I knew no one would. I hadn't told anyone I was here, and the guy who rented the cabin hadn't given me any emergency contacts. I kept the fire burning all night. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps again. Slow, deliberate. They circled the cabin. Then they stopped. Then silence. I didn't go outside. I just sat there, axe in hand, firelight flickering, waiting for it to end. The next morning, I saw what they left. On the porch was a wooden box, old, handmade, tied shut with wire. I opened it with the axe. Inside were teeth, human teeth, dozens of them, some old, some newer, all stained. I threw the box into the fire. That afternoon, I made a plan. I packed what I could carry, dressed in layers, and started walking. I marked the path with strips of cloth tied to branches, hoping I wouldn't get lost. It took almost 7 hours to reach the main road. Just before sunset, I saw a car. I waved them down. A woman stopped and rolled her window down. I told her I needed help. She let me use her phone. I had taken the job because I needed the money. That was the only reason. It wasn't that I loved the woods or wanted to get away from the city. I didn't care much about either of those things. I just needed a paycheck. The company was doing some kind of forest survey. I didn't ask too many questions when they interviewed me, and they didn't seem to mind. All I knew was that I would be spending a month or more in a remote forested area somewhere in the northern part of the state. The work would involve taking notes on tree growth, soil conditions, and animal activity. Most of it would be alone. They said they'd already done the aerial drone scans and mapping. This was a ground-level confirmation type job. I signed the contract and got a small advance. They gave me a GPS device, a folder with the basic layout of the area, and told me they had a cabin out there I could use. They said it had a working generator, running water from a nearby spring, and a satellite dish strong enough for basic uploads and reports. No Wi-Fi, no streaming, no distractions. Just work, eat, sleep, repeat. I drove out there myself. Took almost 8 hours from the city. First the highways, then smaller roads, then a long stretch of rough gravel, and finally a narrow trail through thick woods. I was in an old pickup truck they'd loaned me. Creaked a lot, but it got the job done. The last bit of driving felt like I was pushing the truck through the middle of nowhere. Trees leaned over the trail from both sides. The branches scratched the windows. Everything felt tight and closed in. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked better than I'd expected. Weathered wood, metal roof, small porch, a short set of steps, and a heavy-looking door. No paint, just raw wood that had turned gray from years of exposure. There was a shed behind it and a big steel tank for water. A metal pole stuck up behind the cabin with a dish on top. It all looked solid enough. I pulled the truck around and parked near the porch. The sun was starting to drop. I opened the door and stepped inside. The place smelled like wood and dust. Not moldy or rotten, just untouched. There were 2 rooms. A main room with a table, a couple of chairs, a kitchenette, and a small bed. The other room had shelves with tools, gas cans, folded tarps, rope, and a few storage bins. There was also a metal box that turned out to be the generator switch. I flipped it. A hum started up outside, and a few lights clicked on. I went back outside and stood on the porch for a while. The woods were dead silent. No wind, no birds, no sounds of bugs, just nothing. I remember standing there with my arms crossed, trying to figure out why that bothered me so much. But I just told myself it was a long drive, and I was tired. I went back in and locked the door. I started my survey work the next day. The folders had clear instructions. Plot points marked by red flags nailed to trees. There were around 30 of them spread in a wide circle, all within a few miles of the cabin. My job was to go to each point, take some photos, record the condition of trees in a certain radius, check for animal tracks, and take a soil sample. Then mark the date and GPS stamp in a logbook. The work was dull, but it wasn't hard. Just a lot of walking. Some days I covered 4 or 5 points. Other days, just 2 if they were far apart. The trails weren't real trails, more like old deer paths. I had to use a machete to get through thick underbrush sometimes. I carried water, a basic med kit, my GPS, the logbook, and a can of bear spray. They had told me that there were bears and the occasional mountain lion. But I didn't see anything. No animals, no tracks, not even droppings, nothing. It was like the woods were empty. First I thought that was normal. I figured maybe animals were just avoiding me, or maybe it wasn't the season for heavy activity. But as the days went on, I realized something else. The silence wasn't natural. Even when I stopped moving and stayed still for several minutes, there was never a rustle. No distant bird call, not even a squirrel or the sound of wind through leaves. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. All the time, I tried not to think about it. I kept doing my work. Wake up, eat, go out, log data, come back, upload reports. The uploads worked, but only just. It took hours sometimes to get a few files to send through the satellite dish. There was no incoming signal. I couldn't check my phone. No texts, no calls, no updates. Just one-way reports. Around the end of the first week, I started noticing things moved in the cabin while I was gone. Small things. At first I thought I was just tired. My pen would be in the wrong place. A chair slightly turned. Once, a cabinet was open when I clearly remembered closing it. I told myself maybe I left it like that and forgot. I mean, I was alone. There was no one else. The cabin was deep in the forest. Nobody could just walk up here. No roads, no tracks. And I hadn't seen another human since I arrived. But it kept happening. Then one day, I came back from a long walk, 2 points out past the ridgeline, and found that one of the logs I'd left drying near the fireplace had been moved. Not kicked or bumped. Moved neatly to the side, like someone picked it up and set it down. I just stood there staring at it. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't even want to take another step into the room. But again, I told myself it could have been me. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I was just tired. I kept working. By the 3rd week, I stopped leaving anything out. Every single tool went back in its spot. Every cabinet and drawer closed. I started taking photos of the cabin before I left each morning, just with my phone. I knew I couldn't upload them, but they were time-stamped. If something changed, I could check. But nothing showed up in the photos. Things would still move, but the pictures never helped. Sometimes the photos themselves would be missing when I looked later. One night, I heard footsteps on the porch. Not animals. Not the creak of wood from cooling or heating. Real footsteps. 2 feet. Heavy, slow. I had turned off the generator to save fuel, so the cabin was pitch black inside. I sat on the bed in the dark, not even breathing. The footsteps came up the steps. Stopped. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't get up to check. I waited for hours. When I finally looked outside in the morning, there were no tracks. From that point on, I didn't sleep much. I would lie on the bed with my boots still on, flashlight in one hand, the bear spray in the other. Every small sound made my skin crawl. Some nights I thought I heard breathing through the cracks in the wall. Once I heard what I swear was a zipper being opened. On day 27, I found something at one of the points that made me sick. It was just a little pile of dirt, maybe 4 feet wide, freshly turned, like a grave. The GPS said it was point 17. I hadn't reached that one before. It was deeper in the woods, near the far edge of the map. I looked around for the flag marker but didn't see it. I took a picture of the dirt pile, dug a little with my trowel, but didn't go deeper than a few inches. The soil had been moved recently. That much was clear. I didn't log anything. I just walked back to the cabin. All the way, I kept thinking I was being followed. I didn't see anything, but I could feel it. My back felt exposed. When I got to the cabin, the door was open. Not broken, not forced, just wide open. I dropped my gear and stood at the edge of the trees for 10 minutes before going closer. The inside was undisturbed. Everything looked like I left it, except the bed was made. Neatly, too neatly, like hospital neat, like someone pulled the sheets tight and tucked the corners. That night I didn't sleep. I sat outside with the bear spray and a crowbar I pulled from the shed. I left the generator off. I didn't want lights. I didn't want noise. The forest was still dead quiet. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't care about the job. I threw what I could into the truck and started driving back toward the gravel trail. I got maybe half a mile before I saw the fallen tree. Thick trunk, laid right across the path. It wasn't there before. It hadn't fallen. It had been cut, clean, like a chainsaw or an axe, and it was heavy enough that I couldn't move it. I backed up, drove around through thick brush, and tried to loop back to the cabin, thinking I could try one of the old logging roads marked on the map. But the second trail was blocked too, this time with a line of stones. Big ones, too big to move without tools. I went back to the cabin, locked the door, pushed the table in front of it, sat on the floor with my back against the wall. I stayed like that all night. The next day, I went into the shed. I pulled out the chainsaw. It was heavy, but it worked. I fueled it up and carried it to the first tree. I cut a path through it, took hours. My hands blistered. The chain got stuck twice. I had to keep looking over my shoulder. I kept thinking someone was going to step out from behind a tree, but nobody came. Once I cleared the tree, I got in the truck and drove, fast as the trail would let me. I didn't stop, not until I saw power lines again, not until I got to a diner on the edge of a small town. I had been working straight for 11 months, 7 days a week, barely taking time off, and it was starting to wear me down. I was constantly looking at screens, locked in meetings, and getting pulled into tasks that didn't end. I was forgetting what silence sounded like. The traffic, the phones, the buzz of artificial lighting. It all started blending together until I couldn't remember the last time I heard nothing. So I booked a small wooden cabin deep in the woods of Montana, somewhere far enough from any town that I'd have to hike or drive an hour just to find a store. The goal was to disconnect. No phone, no internet, no schedule. Just a week to sit still, breathe air that didn't smell like concrete and fuel, and let my brain settle. The cabin was about a 5-hour drive from the nearest airport. After the rental car dropped me off at the edge of the National Forest Road, I had to hike another 1.5 miles with my pack. I'd packed light. Canned food, oats, a couple books, a first aid kit, batteries, 2 small flashlights, waterproof boots, and enough layered clothes to handle the chill that crept in during late September. There was no snow yet, but the air smelled like it was on the way. The place was a small single-room wooden cabin set near the bend of a river. There was no insulation or electricity, just a wood stove, a cot with a thin mattress, and a small hand pump near the back for well water. It had a small outhouse maybe 50 yards into the trees. The guy who rented it out described it as primitive, and that was no exaggeration. But I liked it. There was nothing artificial about it. Just the sound of the water moving along the rocks and the wind passing through pine branches. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. I'd wake up just after sunrise, eat a small breakfast, go for short walks, read for hours, and write in my notebook. I watched the water. I listened to birds I didn't know the names of. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt since I was a kid. On the second night, I even managed to fall asleep early, wrapped up in 2 wool blankets with a small fire going in the stove. I didn't even dream, but the third day felt off almost from the moment I got up. It started with small things I tried to ignore. The first was a muddy boot print near the pump out back. I knew exactly where I walked the day before, and it wasn't anywhere near the pump that morning. The footprint was still wet and too big to be mine. I bent down, looked at it, and tried to convince myself maybe I stepped there by accident. Maybe the leather soles of my boots looked bigger when wet. Maybe I was overthinking it. I didn't like the thought of someone else being close to the cabin, especially since I hadn't seen or heard another human being in 3 days, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I spent the day mostly inside. It had gotten windier, and it felt colder than before. The sky stayed overcast, and I saw the occasional flurry in the air, though nothing stuck. I tried to focus on reading, but I found myself checking the windows every now and then. I noticed I'd start listening harder than before, trying to hear something beyond the wind. By afternoon, I took a walk in a wide loop around the cabin. No reason, just to ease my nerves. I didn't find anything strange during the walk, but I did see that same boot print again by the edge of the river. This one wasn't mine either. I pointed toward the water, as if someone had stood there and looked across. But there were no other prints near it, no trail leading in or out, just that single muddy print. I stood there a long time. It didn't make sense. There should have been other tracks. It hadn't snowed enough to cover them, and it hadn't rained. I felt a tight knot forming in my stomach, so I decided not to stay out too long. The wind picked up, and I could feel that sharp bite of winter coming in hard. I headed back to the cabin before the sun even started to go down. That night, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I moved my cot closer to the wall where I could see both the door and the window. I kept the flashlight close to me, and I even kept my boots on, just in case I needed to move quickly. I didn't really sleep. I dozed here and there, but every creak of the wall or pop from the stove made me open my eyes. I told myself over and over that it was just wind, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone else was nearby. At around 3 in the morning, I heard something that didn't sound like wind or wood shifting. It was soft and slow, crunching. Leaves. A step. Then another. I held my breath. It wasn't an animal. It was too steady. Human. I sat up slowly and turned off the small battery lamp beside me. I didn't move from the cot, didn't even breathe too hard. I waited. The footsteps circled the cabin. They moved around the far side, then stopped for a long time. Then they moved again, this time toward the back. Then they stopped again. I didn't hear anything else for nearly 20 minutes. Just silence. No more steps, no twigs, nothing. When the sun started rising, I finally moved. I opened the door slowly, flashlight in hand. I didn't see anyone. I walked around the cabin slowly. When I got to the back, I found something I didn't expect. A pile of pine cones neatly stacked directly on the pump handle. At least a dozen of them. There were no footprints near them, not fresh ones anyway. I didn't understand what it meant. I took the pine cones off carefully, set them on the ground, and checked the pump. It still worked. Water came out fine, but I didn't use it. I walked to the river and filled my bottle instead. I didn't like touching that pump now. The rest of the day I stayed inside, only stepping out to use the outhouse once. I skipped my usual walks. I kept the fire going the whole time, even when it got a little too warm inside. I didn't feel like I could let it go out. I felt watched, like something was just beyond the edge of the trees, waiting. I had no phone, no radio, no contact with the outside world. That night was worse. I tried to stay awake as long as I could, but at some point, I dozed off with the flashlight in my hand. When I woke up, it was still dark, but there was a sound. Not footsteps this time, a metallic click. Took me a second to recognize it. The pump. Someone was working the handle. One click, then another, then another. I froze. I could feel my chest tightening like I couldn't pull air in. The sound stopped. Then I heard footsteps. Bare. Not boots this time, soft slaps against dirt. Then silence again. I stayed still until morning. I didn't dare move. When it got light, I went to the pump. More pine cones. Dozens this time. Carefully stacked in a spiral pattern up the handle. I didn't touch them. I didn't go to the river. I didn't leave the cabin that whole day. I started to think about packing up and leaving early. My booking was for 7 days, but I had only been there 4. Still, I didn't want to walk that trail in the dark or risk getting lost. But the next night crossed the line. At some point after midnight, I woke up to a different sound. Not outside, inside. A scraping. Soft, slow, like something being dragged. I didn't move. I lay there, heart pounding, and waited. The sound came again. Then I smelled something. Sweat. Not mine. Strong and sour, mixed with dirt and old clothes. I turned the flashlight on fast. The room was empty. I checked every corner. I opened the door and looked around outside. I didn't see anyone, but there were scratches, fresh ones, along the bottom of the door, as if someone had taken a rock or a nail and carved into it, slowly. I made the decision then. I was leaving. I packed everything I had into my backpack. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just filled a bottle at the river and headed for the trail. It was early, barely light out, and the air was ice cold. My fingers were numb and I didn't care. I just needed to get out. About a mile down the trail, I noticed something that made me stop cold. Hanging from a low branch was a boot. Not mine. It was old, worn down, the sole falling apart. Inside it was a pine cone, a single one. I didn't touch it. I just kept walking. I made it back to the road by late afternoon. I had a signal again, and I called the rental company. I didn't explain what happened. I just said I left early and the key was in the usual place. When I got home, I couldn't sleep right for weeks. I kept thinking about the pine cones, the footprints, the scratching. I kept telling myself maybe it was some hermit. Maybe someone lived out there and didn't like me being close. Maybe it was a game to them. Or maybe they didn't even realize how close they came to being caught. I don't know, but I never went back. I never rented another cabin. And every time I see a pine cone, I get that same cold feeling in my spine, even now. It all started with a cheap listing I found on a backpage cabin rental site. I'd been looking for somewhere remote to clear my head. Too much time online, too much noise, too many people. I felt like I was burning out and just needed to be away from everything. No traffic, no neighbors, no emails, no news, just a few days off the grid. The listing said, asterisk, private off-grid cabin, 40 acres of land, no cell signal, full privacy. Generator included, $45/night. Asterisk, that should have been the first red flag. It was too cheap, but the photos made it look fine, old but cozy. A one-room wooden cabin surrounded by thick woods, a fire pit outside, and what looked like a small shed behind it. The person who posted it had only one line in the description. Asterisk, use it, leave it clean, bring your own water. Asterisk, I rented it for 5 nights. I packed enough food for a week just in case. Canned beans, rice, dry snacks, oatmeal, a few bottles of gas for the portable stove I brought. I filled 2 5-gallon jugs of drinking water. I brought a sleeping bag, my backpack, an old axe, a cheap solar lantern, a battery pack, and a folding knife. No laptop. I left my phone on airplane mode the whole time. The drive took about 6 hours from the city. The last 2 hours were nothing but forest roads. No signs, no cell towers. I followed the directions printed from the site, which ended at an old metal gate barely hanging on its hinges. The lock was missing. Someone had just tied it shut with twisted wire. I had to untangle it by hand to get in. Once through the gate, it was another 15-minute drive along a dirt path, barely wide enough for my car. Pine branches scraped the sides of the vehicle. I slowed down after I hit a rock so hard the whole front bumper shook. There were no signs, no markings. I started to wonder if I was being set up. Maybe it was some scam, and I'd driven 6 hours into nowhere for nothing. But then I saw it. The cabin. It looked just like the photos, maybe a bit more weathered. Logs stacked with moss between the cracks. A metal chimney poked out the top. No power lines anywhere in sight. One small window on each side. The roof sagged a little in the middle. There was a plastic barrel next to the door, full of rainwater. A stack of firewood was piled against the wall. Behind the cabin was that shed from the photo, a tin-roofed shack barely standing straight. I parked and turned off the car. The forest felt heavy, like sound didn't carry far. The air smelled like pine, damp moss, and something else, something stale. like wet carpet that had been left too long. I walked up to the cabin and opened the door. Creaked like you'd expect it to. Inside was one room, wooden walls, wood floor, a small steel stove in the corner, a table, a single chair, and a cot with a rolled-up blanket. Dust floated in the beams of sunlight coming through the tiny windows. There were dead bugs on the floor, a few spider webs in the corners, but otherwise it looked like no one had been in it for months. I dropped my stuff and started unpacking. I set up my sleeping bag, checked the generator. It was behind the cabin under a tarp, looked about 10 years old, and lit the little solar lantern I brought. It was peaceful at first, just trees and the wind. No phones, no traffic, no people. I read an old paperback I brought, sat outside for hours, watched the trees move in the wind. I even liked the quiet at night. The stars were insane. I could hear owls and the occasional rustling of branches from animals, but nothing threatening. Not the first night. The second day, I decided to walk around the property. The listing claimed it was 40 acres, but there were no markers to show where the land ended. I brought my axe just in case I needed to clear any brush. I marked trees every few minutes with a small notch so I wouldn't get turned around. I didn't go far, maybe half a mile in each direction. The forest was thick, dark in some places even during the day. On the way back, I saw something that made me stop cold. A tree near the cabin had fresh damage on it. Bark stripped off at shoulder height in 3 long gouges. I hadn't noticed it when I arrived, but I couldn't be sure if I missed it or not. It looked recent, too fresh to be from rot, too rough to be from a tool. My first thought was maybe a bear, but the marks weren't claw-shaped. They were long, uneven, and deep, and they were angled. I stared at them for a while, then walked around the cabin again. On the backside, I noticed something else I hadn't seen the day before. A rope nailed into the wall. It was old, frayed, sun-bleached, and cut clean at the bottom. It just hung there, not tied to anything, just nailed to the wall and dangling loose. I didn't like the look of it. Felt wrong. But I told myself maybe someone used it to hang tools or dry something. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened there. That night, the generator wouldn't start. I pulled the cord 10 times. Nothing. It just coughed and sputtered. I checked the gas. It was half full. I tried again, got nothing. I gave up and used my solar lantern instead. I still had battery power, but I made a note to use it sparingly. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. The sound was rhythmic. Not footsteps exactly, but not random either. Like someone dragging a stick across trees. Tap, 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 pause, then again. Tap, tap, tap. It circled the cabin. I turned off the lantern and stood in the dark, waiting. I held my folding knife, even though I knew it was useless if someone was out there. I pressed my back to the wall, listening. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep that night, just lay there in the cot with my eyes open, listening to every creak, every gust of wind. The next morning, I walked around the cabin and found a stick lying just outside the back wall. It was about 3 feet long, stripped of bark, one end splintered. Fresh scrapes in the dirt showed it had been dragged in a curved path behind the cabin. The shed door was slightly open. I hadn't left it that way. I didn't go inside it. I told myself it was nothing, probably wind, maybe a raccoon, maybe a deer. I lied to myself just enough to get through the day. The 4th day, I tried starting the car. Nothing. The engine turned once, then nothing, just a click. I popped the hood and checked the battery. The terminals were fine. Then I noticed something that made my stomach flip. The battery was gone. It had been unscrewed and taken out clean. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes just staring at the empty space where it used to be. I didn't know what to think. I hadn't heard anyone. I hadn't seen anyone. Who the hell would steal a battery in the middle of nowhere? I grabbed my axe and walked in circles for an hour, shouting into the woods even though I didn't expect an answer. I considered hiking back, but I didn't know which direction the nearest road was. I had no compass, no map, just forest in every direction. I told myself I'd wait until morning and try then. One more night. That night, it got worse. Around 10 p.m., I heard something tapping again. This time on the window. Not scratching, not brushing, tapping, like a knuckle. 3 slow taps, then silence. Then again, this time on the opposite window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there, heart hammering. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't go to the window. Then I heard the doorknob rattle. Slowly, deliberately, twisted once, then stopped. The door was locked from the inside, a wooden bar across it. No way in without breaking it. But they didn't try to break it. Whoever, whatever. It was just tried the handle once, waited, then walked away. I heard footsteps in the dirt. Slow, measured, not running, not afraid. I waited until dawn. When I stepped outside, I saw prints in the dirt. Human, barefoot, one set, no shoes, no socks, just one person. Wide strides. They led around the cabin, past the shed, then disappeared into the forest. I looked inside the shed finally. There were bones. Animal, I think. Maybe deer, maybe not. Couldn't tell. Some were clean, some weren't. There were broken tools, ropes, and what looked like parts of an old lantern. On the wall, someone had scratched something into the wood with a nail. "You stay, you rot." That was enough. I grabbed my gear, what was left of it, packed everything I could carry into my backpack, and took the axe. I left the car. I picked a direction, south, toward where I thought the road might be, and walked. I walked for hours, through brush, over dead trees, scratched by thorns. Every noise behind me made me turn. I didn't stop to eat. I drank straight from a creek. I kept walking. Just before dark, I saw a road, not paved, but wide enough for cars. I followed it until I reached a hunting camp. A trailer, some plastic chairs, a burned-out fire pit. I had never thought of myself as the kind of person who'd spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the woods. I wasn't a nature freak or someone who chased silence for peace of mind. I just needed to get away from people. Not forever, but long enough to quiet down my head. My life had gotten too loud. Deadlines, traffic, constant messages, people asking things from me all day long. I felt like I couldn't even hear my own thoughts anymore. So I decided to go away, completely off-grid for 7 days. I found the place through an old listing site that still had some remote cabins people put up for rent. No reviews, no photos, just a rough description, coordinates, and a warning. No service, no Wi-Fi, no roads past the last 10 miles. Cabin is on foot access only. Bring what you need. That was exactly what I wanted. I left on a Monday morning. My backpack was heavy with canned food, oats, coffee, a basic gas burner, a solar flashlight, 2 knives, 2 big water containers, a first aid kit, and an old revolver I'd inherited from my grandfather. I didn't expect to use it. It was more for comfort than anything. I hadn't fired a gun in 10 years. The drive took most of the day. The paved road turned into dirt after a while. Then that road narrowed until I was squeezing past trees that scraped the sides of my SUV. Around 5 in the evening, I reached a rusted chain blocking the path, just like the directions said. I left the car there, locked it, put on my pack, and started walking. The forest was quiet, really quiet. I hadn't been in a place with this kind of silence in a long time. It wasn't like the quiet in a room where you can still hear hums or your fridge buzzing. This was natural silence, deep and heavy. My boots crunched leaves and twigs, and that sound seemed loud compared to everything else. The walk to the cabin was longer than I thought, almost 2 hours. The trail wasn't marked, just described by landmarks in the instructions. Follow the stream until it forks, stay left at the boulder with moss, and so on. Eventually, I saw it through the trees. An old, dark wooden cabin with a slanted tin roof and a small porch with 1 broken chair. It looked like nobody had been there in years. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and inside smelled like dust and old wood. There was a stone fireplace, a table with 2 chairs, a small cot in the corner with a rolled-up sleeping pad, and nothing else. No electricity, no plumbing, just walls, a roof, and the sound of the wind through the trees outside. I unpacked slowly, setting my stuff along the wall and starting a fire in the fireplace using kindling from the small pile of chopped wood outside. That first night was peaceful. I made oats, drank coffee from a metal mug, and read an old paperback book I had brought. Around 10, I rolled out my sleeping bag on the cot and tried to sleep. It was harder than I thought. Not because I was uncomfortable, but because it was too quiet. I wasn't used to hearing every creak of wood, every whisper of wind, every twig that snapped outside. I kept telling myself it was just animals, raccoons, squirrels, maybe deer. Still, I laid there, eyes open for hours, staring at the dark ceiling, listening. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to sunlight coming through the dirty window. That was the first day. I spent most of it exploring around the cabin. There was a narrow trail that looped behind the hill and led to a small stream where I filled my water containers. I collected more firewood, did some stretching to keep my legs from stiffening up, and spent most of the time sitting on the porch, thinking about nothing. It was peaceful. That night was quieter. I was tired, and I slept earlier. No weird noises, no trouble. The second day, I started feeling truly alone. Not in a bad way, just in a way that made me realize how far I was from anyone. No phone signal, no other cabins, no other hikers, just trees, wind, water, and me. It wasn't until the third day that something strange happened. I woke up just after sunrise. I was stretching on the porch with a cup of coffee when I noticed something odd in the tree line across from the clearing. The cabin sat in a small opening, maybe 30 yards wide. Beyond that was thick pine forest. Normally, it was just trees. But this morning, I saw something in between the trunks. A dark shape. I stared at it for a while. It didn't move. It wasn't close enough for me to make out what it was. But it looked like a person. At least the outline did, straight up, kind of narrow and still. I kept staring. Then I went back inside, grabbed my flashlight, and scanned it from the doorway. No reflection, no movement. I told myself it was probably a tree that looked weird from this angle. I even walked halfway into the clearing and tried to see it better, but the light wasn't great with the sun still low. I stared for a few more minutes, then went back in and made breakfast. An hour later, I looked again, and it was gone. That night, I couldn't sleep again. Not because of sounds, but because my mind kept replaying the shape. Was it a hunter? Someone camping? But I hadn't seen or heard anyone for 3 days. No tire tracks, no footprints, and the cabin was miles away from any real road. I went outside around midnight and stood on the porch with my flashlight off. The moon was bright enough to see the clearing. I stared at the same part of the trees. Nothing. I told myself again it was nothing. On the fourth day, things started feeling wrong. I found a shoe print in the mud behind the cabin. It wasn't mine. I'd been wearing heavy boots, and this was a print from a thinner-soled shoe. It was fresher than the prints I'd left on day one. It wasn't huge, probably someone with a size 9 or 10. I stood there, staring at it for a long time. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, looking for more. I found 2 broken branches on the path behind the stream. It looked like someone had walked through there recently. I didn't hear anything during the night, but I started wondering how far sound actually traveled out here. Maybe someone had been watching. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up with the revolver on the table beside me, the fire low, listening. The cabin creaked with every gust of wind. Around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard footsteps outside, soft ones, like someone walking slowly on leaves. I didn't move. I didn't grab the flashlight. I just sat, breathing slow, heart pounding. It went quiet again after a few minutes. I never saw anything through the window. At dawn, I went outside and walked the entire clearing, looking for prints. Nothing fresh. The old shoe print was still there, partly washed by dew. I felt like I was being watched. Day 5, I didn't leave the cabin. I sat inside, rotating between the chair and the cot, eating cold food straight from the can, and listening. Every bird call, every crack of a branch, every gust of wind sounded like something else. I kept the revolver near me at all times. That evening, just before the sun went down, I saw it again. The shape, same spot in the tree line, but this time it was closer, maybe 25 yards. Definitely a person. Still, upright. I stared from the window, eyes locked. I wanted to believe it was just my mind messing with me, but it wasn't. It didn't move, just stood there. I stared for 30 minutes. It didn't shift. I thought about going outside with the gun, but something about it felt wrong. I couldn't explain why. I just didn't want to get close. When it got dark, I lost sight of it. That night, I blocked the door with the table and some firewood. I didn't sleep again, just stared at the door, listening. On the 6th day, I made up my mind to leave early. I still had one full day left, but I couldn't handle another night. I packed everything before noon, cleaned up the cabin, and kept the revolver in my belt. But when I opened the door, there were fresh prints in the dirt. Boot prints, coming from the tree line, walking straight up to the porch, then stopping. There were no prints walking away. I stared down at them for a long time. My legs felt weak. I didn't move. I didn't understand. Had they come up in the night while I was inside? I would have heard something. The wood creaks loudly when you step on it. I walked out slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing. I started walking fast, not running, but faster than usual. I wanted to get to the car before dark. The trail felt different now. Every step I took, I kept looking over my shoulder. Once I thought I saw movement between the trees. I didn't stop to check. It took me almost 2 hours to get to the car. I put everything inside, locked the doors, and sat for a full 5 minutes before starting the engine. My hands were shaking. The drive back was rough. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement. That night, I got a hotel in a small town. I took a long shower and stared at myself in the mirror. I looked tired, like I had been sick. Pale skin, bags under my eyes. The next morning, I called the number from the cabin listing. Disconnected. I went back to the listing site. The post was gone. I've told a few people since then, but most of them laugh or say it was just a paranoid episode. It was the middle of October when I decided to take a short break from the city. Things were getting too loud, too fast, too full. Every time I stepped outside my apartment, it felt like someone was either watching me or bumping into me or trying to sell me something. I hadn't slept properly in weeks. The job was wearing me down, and I kept thinking about how much time I spent in front of screens. I wanted to breathe clean air again, just for a few days. A friend had told me about a small, off-the-map cabin in the northern part of the state, near a frozen lake, tucked deep into a forest that wasn't popular with tourists. There was no phone signal out there and no electricity. Just a hand pump well, a fireplace, and an old outhouse about 40 feet from the back door. The place was meant for hunting originally, but no one had used it that way in years. It sounded perfect. I packed up some food, water, and a few essentials in the back of my car. I had a camp stove, a sleeping bag, 2 flashlights, a foldable knife I barely knew how to use, and a week's worth of canned meals. I wasn't planning to hike. I just wanted to be alone, surrounded by trees and silence. The cabin was only accessible through a narrow gravel path that most people wouldn't even notice unless they were looking for it. I found it after turning off a rural road and slowly making my way through a stretch of overgrown trail that scraped the sides of my car with dried-out branches. When I got there, I parked a few yards from the cabin and just sat in the car for a minute, listening to nothing. The place was old but in decent shape. The wood siding had gone gray from age, and the metal roof was covered in rust patches. It sat on a concrete foundation, with one small porch facing the trees and one single window next to the front door. I walked around the cabin, trying to get a feel for the area. Behind it, the trees got denser, and there were small, scattered signs of deer tracks, a few droppings, scratched bark. A short trail led from the back of the cabin to the outhouse, which looked even older than the main building. I peeked inside. It smelled like mold and would rot, but it would work. Inside the cabin was just one open room. There was a small wood stove for heat and cooking, a table with 2 chairs, and a single bed frame with an old mattress covered in plastic. A stack of firewood was piled in the corner, and there were a few shelves with some rusted tools, candles, and old cans of food with faded labels. I unpacked my stuff slowly and set everything up. I had brought a heavy-duty lock for the front door, which I installed before nightfall. I didn't expect trouble, but being out in the woods alone made me feel more cautious than usual. That first night, I went to sleep early. I had lit a fire in the stove and let it burn low. The mattress was hard, but I was tired. I remember lying in the dark, listening to the wind push against the trees. It wasn't scary, at least not yet. Just quiet. The kind of quiet I hadn't felt in years. The next morning, I woke up just after sunrise. I boiled water on the stove, made some instant coffee, and stepped outside. The air was cold, dry, and still. I didn't see any animals, but I could hear distant birds. The kind of distant that makes you realize how far you are from anything man-made. I went for a short walk along the gravel path, not straying too far. I didn't want to get turned around. The trees looked the same in every direction. There were no markers or signs or sounds of running water to follow. I took note of the way the sun hit the treetops to help guide me back. That afternoon, I spent some time chopping kindling and stacking it neatly in the porch box. I swept out the cabin, cleaned the dust off the shelves, and flipped through some of the old magazines someone had left behind. I felt calm. For the first time in a while, I wasn't anxious. I wasn't thinking about emails or bills or social media. I just sat and existed. That night, something woke me up. It wasn't a loud sound, more like a dull thud, somewhere outside. At first, I thought it might be a branch falling. The wind had picked up a little, and the cabin sometimes creaked when the air pressed hard against one side. I sat up in bed and listened. Then I heard it again. A sharper sound, not a branch. It was like something hitting the side of the cabin. A quick tap, then silence. I turned on my flashlight and shined it around the inside of the room. Everything looked the same. I slowly got out of bed, crossed the room, and went to the small window. I pulled the curtain aside just a little and peeked out. The flashlight beam reflected off the window glass, so I turned it off and let my eyes adjust to the dark. I could see the porch, a few trees, and the path in front of the cabin, all lit dimly by the moon, but nothing else. No movement, no animals, no person. I stayed like that for about 5 minutes, just watching. Then I went back to bed, telling myself it was probably nothing. The next morning, I went outside to get some wood. That's when I noticed the footprint. It was on the side of the cabin near the window, pressed deep into the muddy soil where some rainwater had pooled. One clear boot print, not mine. The tread was different, wider. The person had been standing close to the wall, maybe less than a foot from it. And it wasn't just one print. There were more, not in a straight line but spaced around the cabin like someone had been walking in circles. I stood there for a long time just looking at them. They weren't fresh, maybe a few hours old, probably from the night. I tried to follow them, but the trail ended a few feet away. The ground was covered in fallen leaves and pine needles, and whatever tracks there had been were gone now. That whole day, I kept thinking about it. Could have been a hunter, I told myself. Someone passing through. Maybe they didn't realize the cabin was occupied. Maybe they were lost or looking for shelter. But then why wouldn't they knock? Why would they tap on the wall and then leave? That night, I barely slept. I stayed up with the flashlight in my lap and a kitchen knife within reach. Every sound outside made my heart race. I kept checking the window, but I didn't see anything. No more footsteps, no more taps, just wind. The next morning, I found something new. On the wooden porch rail near the steps, there was a small piece of string, tied in a loop about the size of a bracelet. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I noticed another one. This one was hanging from a low tree branch about 20 feet from the front door. Same loop, same kind of rough twine. I walked around the cabin again. I found 4 of them total, all tied the same way, all about the same size. They hadn't been there before. I was sure of that. I'd swept the porch, I'd walked that path. Someone had placed them while I was inside. That was when I decided I wasn't staying the full week. I packed most of my things that afternoon and planned to leave first thing in the morning. I didn't want to drive at night through those narrow roads, and I still held on to a small hope that maybe this was all harmless. Some local prank, some weird hunter superstition. But that night was worse than all the others. Started around midnight. I was in bed, sleeping lightly, when I heard it again. The same tapping, this time at the window. A slow, deliberate tap, then another, then a pause. I didn't move. I just lay there listening. Then I heard footsteps, not close, not on the porch, but moving slowly around the cabin, crunching over the leaves, breaking small twigs, sometimes stopping, sometimes starting again, like someone pacing. Then came the sound that made my blood go cold. It was the front doorknob turning, just once, then again, slowly like someone was testing it. I stayed frozen in bed, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I stared at the ceiling, heart pounding in my chest, listening to that slow, steady turning of the knob. Then it stopped. I waited. Minutes passed. I didn't hear footsteps again. I didn't hear anything. Eventually, I fell asleep from exhaustion. When I woke up, it was already light outside. I jumped out of bed and checked the door. The lock was still in place, but the handle had smudges on it, like someone had grabbed it with dirty fingers. I didn't even eat breakfast. I threw the rest of my stuff into my bag and carried it to the car. I didn't take time to double-check anything. I just left, but I didn't drive far. About a mile down the gravel path, something made me stop. It was a tree, in the middle of the road, cut clean across and dropped deliberately to block the path. It hadn't been there when I arrived. Someone had felled it during the night. I got out of the car and looked around. I couldn't see anyone, but the forest felt different. Still quiet, but not peaceful anymore. I didn't have a saw, but I had a tire iron. It took me almost an hour to drag and roll enough of the trunk to the side to get around it. I scraped the hell out of the car doing it, but I didn't care. I got back in and drove until I hit the highway. Then I kept driving. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 3 towns away. I told the guy at the counter that there had been someone hanging around the cabin I rented. He just shrugged, said it was hunting season and people wandered. But the way he said it, I could tell he knew something. I didn't push it. I just left. I never went back. I never told my friend about what happened. I've never been the type of person to go on wild adventures or chase some dramatic thrill. I work a desk job, spend too much time staring at screens, and most of my days just melt into one another. After my 3rd straight month of working overtime and barely sleeping, I decided to do something I hadn't done in years: disconnect. No internet, no phone, no noise, just some time alone. I found this cabin listing on a site that specializes in remote rentals. It wasn't fancy, in fact, that was what attracted me to it. The photos showed an old wooden structure buried in thick pine woods somewhere in the northern mountains. No neighbors, no traffic, just a long, bumpy dirt road and forest in every direction. The listing said the nearest town was 25 miles away. The photos looked peaceful. There was a small porch, one window facing a meadow, and a short trail that looped around a hill nearby. That was enough. I booked it for a full week. I left on a Saturday morning in early May. It was still cool enough that the bugs weren't a problem yet, and the trees were just starting to fill out. My car didn't love the rough dirt road that twisted through the woods, and I had to stop twice to move fallen branches off the path. I saw a deer cross the road at one point and no other cars after the first half hour. It took me about 4 hours to get there from the city, but when I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat, I felt like I'd stepped into a different time. It was dead quiet. Even the birds seemed far away. The cabin itself was older than it looked in the pictures. It had a warped roof, and the porch creaked loudly when I stepped onto it. There were cracks in the wooden siding, and the window looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. Inside, there was a wood-burning stove, a small kitchenette, a basic bed frame with a worn mattress, and a dusty table with one chair. There was no electricity. No signal, no Wi-Fi. The water came from a rusted hand pump just outside the door. It was exactly what I wanted. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, swept the floor, opened the window to air it out, and boiled some water for tea. I spent the afternoon walking the short trail near the hill behind the cabin. It circled around some mossy rocks and thick trees. I spotted a few squirrels, saw some animal tracks in the mud, and sat on a rock overlooking the tree line. It was peaceful in a strange, disconnected way. No humming of electronics. No notifications. Just wind in the trees. That night, I lit a couple of candles and made a simple meal on a small camp stove I'd brought. It was already chilly by then, so I lit a fire in the stove and bundled up in a sleeping bag. The sound of the fire crackling was the only thing I heard before I fell asleep. The second day started just as calm. I boiled more water for coffee, then spent the morning reading. Around midday, I walked the loop trail again, this time going a bit slower and taking a different turn halfway through. The trees seemed thicker in that direction. There was a point where I thought I saw something move ahead of me in the trees, just a flash of gray or brown between the trunks, but it could have been anything. A raccoon, maybe. I didn't think much of it. That night, as I was locking the front door before bed, I noticed something strange. The door latch was scratched. Not freshly, but it looked like something had scraped it repeatedly. I hadn't paid close attention when I arrived, so maybe it had always been like that. I made a note to look at it in the morning. I woke up around 3 a.m. to a sound I couldn't place. It wasn't the stove, the fire had died out. It wasn't the wind, there was no breeze. It was a dull thumping sound, like something soft hitting wood. It wasn't loud, just there. I sat up in my sleeping bag, held my breath, and listened. Thump, thump, then silence. I stayed still for almost 10 minutes. The sound didn't come back. I told myself it was probably an animal walking on the porch, maybe a raccoon or a deer brushing against the wall. I forced myself to go back to sleep, though I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I went outside and looked around. The ground was damp from the morning dew, and I saw a few small animal tracks near the pump. Nothing unusual. I checked the door latch again. Same old scratches. I tried not to overthink it. That day, I didn't go far. I stayed close to the cabin, collected firewood, and spent some time sketching in a notebook I'd brought. I sat on the porch for a while, just listening to the quiet. Around 5 p.m., I heard a faint rustling in the woods. Not the normal kind you hear from squirrels or birds. This was deeper, more consistent, like something moving slowly through brush. It stopped after a few seconds. I leaned over the porch railing and stared into the trees but saw nothing. As the sun went down, I closed the window and triple-checked the door. I even blocked it with a chair from the inside just in case. I slept with the candle burning for a while that night. I woke up again around 3 a.m. This time, the sound was clearer. It was the same dull thumping, 3 slow, soft hits. But this time, it was definitely on the porch. I sat up, heart pounding, and stared at the window. The curtain was shut. I didn't move. After the 3 knocks, I heard something even worse. The slow groan of a floorboard. Something stepped on the porch. I stayed still for over 20 minutes. My heart felt like it was going to crack my ribs. I didn't move until the sky outside started to turn gray. Then I pulled back the curtain slowly and looked outside. Nothing, just the empty clearing and the trees. I opened the door once the sun was fully up. There were marks on the porch. Small, dry bits of mud, like something with wet shoes had stepped there. But the steps weren't leading toward the door. They were leading away. I checked all around the cabin. No one, no tire tracks, no signs of anything human. But the worst part was when I went around the back. I found cigarette butts. 3 of them pushed into the dirt. Someone had been standing back there recently, watching. I packed my bag that afternoon. I still had 3 days left on the rental, but I didn't care. I didn't feel safe anymore. There was no cell signal, and I didn't want to wait and find out what would happen the next night. I loaded up my car, made sure everything was locked, and started driving back down the dirt road. After maybe 2 miles, I stopped. A tree had fallen across the road. A big one, thick trunk, branches still green. It hadn't been there when I came in. I got out and looked closer. The break was fresh. Sap still dripped from where it split. The way it landed looked strange too. It wasn't just fallen from wind, it had clearly been cut. Not all the way through, but enough that it would fall at a specific angle. Like someone had planned it. That's when I realized someone didn't want me to leave. I tried backing the car down the narrow road, but after a few hundred feet, I almost slid into a ditch. I couldn't risk driving it in reverse all the way out. I decided to walk. I took only my essentials: phone, flashlight, knife, water, and started hiking toward the main road. I figured if I could get there, maybe I could flag down a passing car or walk to the gas station I remembered seeing on the way in. It was a long hike. My legs ached after an hour, and I kept hearing sounds in the trees. Sometimes it felt like someone was walking parallel to me. I never saw anyone, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Just as it was getting dark, I reached the edge of the woods near the highway. I saw a car coming and waved it down like a lunatic. The driver, an older man, rolled down his window and looked at me like I was crazy. I must have looked rough, sweating and wild-eyed, carrying a knife and a backpack. He let me use his phone to call the local sheriff. The next morning, I led them back to the cabin with a few deputies. The tree was still there. The porch still had those muddy marks. But what really messed with me was what they found behind the cabin. There was a small clearing behind the hill, barely visible through thick brush. In the middle of it was a makeshift campsite, just a tarp strung between trees, a pile of empty food wrappers, more cigarette butts, and something that made my stomach turn. A pair of binoculars, and a notepad. The notepad had times written down, dates, descriptions. One of them said, "He walks loop trail at 2:15 p.m., alone." Another said, "Window open, cabin quiet, try porch tomorrow night." They told me it looked like someone had been living out there for at least a couple of weeks, maybe longer. They never found the person who did it. They figured he must have seen us coming and took off deeper into the woods. They searched, but those woods go on for miles. I never went back to get the rest of my stuff. I never even asked for a refund. I still think about it sometimes. How quiet it was, how carefully planned it all felt, how close he must have been every time I stepped outside, every time I walked that loop trail or opened the window. Sometimes I wonder if he ever followed me home. But most nights, I just double-check that all my doors are locked before I go to sleep. I didn't go up to that cabin expecting trouble. I never do. I've owned that place for almost 8 years. It's small, just a one-room log cabin tucked into the base of a steep hill in northern Montana. There's no cell signal, no power lines, no road maintenance. Just quiet. Most people I know can't stand being alone that long. I like it. I like the silence, the isolation, the simplicity of it. Sometimes I bring books, sometimes I don't. Most times I just sit, drink coffee, listen to the wind brushing through the trees outside, and stare out at the snow. It was early December when I went up last time. I knew it was risky. I checked the forecast, of course. Light snow, cold temps, maybe a storm a week away. I packed for 4 days, just a short break before the holidays kicked in. I took food, warm clothes, firewood, a backup propane heater, batteries for the lantern, all the usual things. It was supposed to be quiet. No plans, no people, no noise. Just me and the cold. The first 2 days were calm. I woke up slow, made oatmeal and coffee on the small gas burner, kept the fire going, sat in my old wooden chair and stared out through the single-pane window at the pines and thick snow-covered slopes. There was over a foot of snow already on the ground when I got there. More had fallen each night, soft layers blanketing the small path that wound down from the gravel road where I parked. I'd brought snowshoes just in case, but I didn't plan to use them. By the third morning, I knew something was wrong. I woke up to a deep, low rumbling sound that I couldn't place. Not thunder. It was duller than that, like the sound of pressure shifting deep underground. A strange stillness came afterward, like the snow outside had sucked all the sound out of the forest. I went to the window and looked out. That's when I saw it. A white wall had pushed down from the ridgeline in the night. It looked smooth and endless, like a frozen tidal wave. The entire slope behind the cabin was gone, buried under a thick mass of snow and ice. I didn't hear the avalanche when it happened. Maybe I slept through it, but it had sealed off everything to the west. The only trail out. My heart thumped hard in my chest, but I stayed calm. I'd planned for emergencies. I had enough food. The propane heater was working. There was firewood. And even though the snow was heavy, I figured I could hike out with snowshoes if needed. It wasn't ideal, but it wasn't panic-worthy. Not yet. That afternoon, I tried to make a path up the old trail I usually took back to the gravel road. It was gone, completely buried. The trees were snapped and bent sideways, and the snow was packed too thick to walk through. I tried to dig for a while, but I gave up after an hour when I was still only waist deep and hadn't made it more than 10 feet. I was sweating and my hands were already numb inside my gloves. I thought about taking the long way around, maybe hiking northeast through the woods, circling the hill entirely. But I realized I'd be going blind. The trees were thick, and the snow was too soft in places and too hard in others. I didn't want to get lost or fall into a snow well. Plus, daylight was short this time of year. I'd only get maybe 6 good hours of light. I didn't want to be out there in the dark. I went back to the cabin and told myself I'd wait another day. Maybe things would shift, or I'd think of a better plan. That night, the temperature dropped hard. I could feel the cold seeping through the cracks in the logs. I had stuffed some towels and spare clothes along the seams, but the wind always finds a way. I wore 3 layers inside my sleeping bag and still felt the chill bite through. I kept the propane heater on until I started worrying about running out too fast. I didn't want to burn through it. I rationed it to 3 hours a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, 1 before bed. By day 5, the sky went white and thick again. Snow fell almost non-stop. I knew it was a storm, a real one. It piled up fast, heavier than I'd ever seen before up there. I tried using the radio to call for help. Nothing but static. Even the backup weather band was dead. I climbed up onto the woodpile next to the cabin to try and get a signal on my phone. Nothing. Just a single bar that disappeared whenever I moved. The cold bit into my fingers so bad I had to stop after 15 minutes. I couldn't feel the screen anymore. That night, I had a dream about my truck. I dreamed I walked up the trail and found it buried under snow. I tried to dig it out with my bare hands, tearing at the ice with frozen fingers. But every time I cleared some away, more snow fell and filled it back in. I woke up sweating, even though the room was freezing. I started rationing everything tighter. Half portions of oatmeal, no more coffee, just 1 cup of water in the morning and 1 at night. I melted snow for the rest. I kept the fire low, just enough to keep the cabin above freezing. The propane heater I saved for emergencies only. I didn't know how long I'd be stuck. Each day, I tried to hike a little farther into the woods, checking for other paths, but the snow was just too thick. My legs ached from walking in snowshoes. Every step was a battle. I tripped twice, once falling hard on a buried rock. I bruised my hip so bad I could barely sit that night. I told myself I'd rest the next day, but the next day was worse. A loud crack woke me up just before dawn. At first I thought it was the roof, maybe buckling under the snow. But when I went outside, I saw one of the big trees by the edge of the cabin had split in half and crashed down across the outhouse. The path to it was gone. I had to start using a bucket inside and emptying it far out behind the hill. The wind that morning was sharp and dry, cutting sideways like little blades of ice. I couldn't feel my face by the time I came back inside. After 2 more days, I lost all sense of time. My watch had stopped working. The sky stayed the same, white, gray, sometimes darker gray. The storm had passed, but more snow came anyway, piled high outside the windows. I had to shovel it away just to keep the glass uncovered, just to see something other than solid white. I ran out of things to do. No more books, no music, just thinking, too much of it. The food started running low around day 9. I had some jerky, a can of soup, a few protein bars. I stretched the soup over 3 days by mixing snow into it. I tried to eat only once a day. I told myself I could make it a few more days, maybe a week if I was careful. But the worst part wasn't the hunger. It was the cold. The firewood was almost gone. I had burned more than I thought. Some of it was still wet from the snow, and it hissed and smoked instead of burning clean. I tried chopping more from the fallen tree outside, but my axe blade was dull, and the wood was frozen stiff. Every swing sent vibrations into my arms like hitting stone. After 20 minutes, I couldn't grip the axe anymore. I gave up and came back in, shivering so bad I spilled half the melted snow on the floor trying to drink. That night, I didn't sleep. I laid in my bag, shaking, listening to the wind howling against the logs. the window frosted over inside. My breath made little clouds above me. I felt dizzy, like my thoughts were moving in slow motion. I knew the signs. Hypothermia starts with confusion. In the morning, I knew I had to try. I couldn't wait anymore. I took everything warm I had: double socks, 3 layers of pants, for shirts, 2 coats. I packed a small bag with 1 protein bar, a bottle of melted snow, and a flare. I still had 1 emergency flare. I put the snowshoes on and stepped out. The snow came up to my thighs in places. It was slow going, every step dragging. I kept my bearings by the tree line, following a faint memory of the old trail, even though it was completely covered now. I told myself to walk 2 hours and then turn back. But I didn't turn back. After maybe 4 hours of walking, my legs shaking, my breath cutting short, I finally saw something. A flash of metal. The roof of my truck, just barely showing above the snow. I made it to the gravel road, but it was no better than the forest. The entire road was buried in snow, maybe 6, 7 feet deep. My truck wasn't going anywhere. I climbed up on the roof, pulled out the flare, and fired it into the sky. I waited. Nothing. I ate half the protein bar, drank a few sips, tried to move my fingers. They didn't feel right. I looked down and saw blood under the skin of my thumb. Frostbite. I knew what that meant. I told myself I had to keep moving. No sitting. I started walking down the road. I didn't know how far the ranger station was, but I remembered it was somewhere around 9 or 10 miles from where I usually parked. I tried not to think about how slow I was moving. Just 1 step, then another. I counted them. I made it to 600 before I stopped counting. By the time I saw the roof of the ranger outpost, I was crawling. My vision was blurred. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. I collapsed just 20 yards from the door. They told me later I had 3rd-degree frostbite on 4 fingers and 2 toes. I lost the smallest toe on my right foot. I stayed in the hospital for a week. They asked me 100 questions. I answered what I could. I needed a break. Everything was too loud back in the city. My phone never stopped ringing. Emails piled up even faster than I could delete them. And even at night, the streets buzzed with traffic, sirens, or people shouting a few floors down. I felt like I hadn't had a single quiet day in over a year, so I booked a cabin. It wasn't one of those cozy, cute places people rent on apps with hot tubs and scenic views. This one was more like a small wooden box dropped into the middle of nowhere. It belonged to an old friend of a friend who barely used it anymore, and when I said I just wanted something remote and quiet, he said I could have it for free if I didn't mind driving 5 hours into the middle of nowhere and bringing my own food, firewood, and water. I didn't mind. In fact, it sounded perfect. The cabin was up in the woods of northern Idaho, way off the main road, and reachable only after driving 20 miles down a gravel path that wasn't even on Google Maps. There was no cell service up there, no Wi-Fi, no electricity. Just a wood stove, an outhouse, a cot, and 4 walls. And silence. When I arrived, it was late afternoon. The sun sat low behind the pine trees and cast long shadows through the woods. I parked my car a little ways down the hill, where the path became too narrow to continue, then carried my gear the rest of the way. My backpack had clothes and food. I had a crate of bottled water, a big box of matches, a few lanterns with extra fuel, and a decent hunting knife. I wasn't scared of being alone in the woods. I'd gone camping before. I was more scared of people, honestly. The first night was beautiful, cold, but peaceful. I got a fire going in the stove, warmed a can of chili, and laid on the cot wrapped in my sleeping bag. I didn't hear a single car, no yelling neighbors, not even a plane overhead. Just the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of wind in the trees outside. Felt like I was finally breathing again. The second day, I woke up early, around 6 a.m., just as the sky was starting to brighten. The cabin had 1 window, a small one near the front door, and even with it shut tight, I could see the light changing outside. I stepped out into the cold, stretched, and took a walk through the trees. Everything felt damp from the night. My boots crunched over pine needles and soft dirt. A few birds chirped in the distance. No sign of animals, no footprints or anything unusual. It was peaceful. That day, I read a paperback I'd brought, gathered a bit of kindling, boiled some water over the stove, and just enjoyed the silence. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything strange. But that night, something felt a little off. As I was getting ready to sleep, I thought I saw movement outside the window, just a flicker, like someone had walked past. I sat up and looked, but saw nothing, just trees and the pale moonlight leaking between them. I assumed it was my imagination. Could have been a shadow, could have been a raccoon. But the thought stuck with me and I had trouble falling asleep. I eventually did, though, and by morning I felt stupid for letting it get to me. The third day, I hiked a little farther. I wanted to see how deep the forest went. I packed a small day bag, brought a snack, and followed a faint deer trail north of the cabin. After about an hour, I came to a ridge that overlooked a wide valley of trees. No buildings, no roads, no power lines, just wilderness. When I turned to head back, I had this strange feeling, like I wasn't alone, like someone had just ducked behind a tree, just barely out of sight. I spun around fast and scanned the woods, but again, nothing. It was dead quiet. Even the birds weren't singing. I stood still for a while, listening. No footsteps, no breathing, no twigs snapping, just silence. Back at the cabin, I told myself again that it was nothing. Being alone can mess with your mind, especially in the forest where everything looks the same. I made a fire, cooked a small dinner, and tried to focus on the book again. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up and listening. The wind sounded like whispers through the trees. Every creak of the cabin made my muscles tense. The fourth day, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't want to go wandering too far. I kept feeling like something was watching me. I started to notice little things, like the pile of firewood behind the cabin was slightly disturbed, like someone had shifted a few logs around. I hadn't touched them, and there were scuff marks in the dirt near the corner of the cabin, like someone had walked around the side. I hadn't noticed them before. No shoe prints, not really, just indentations where the ground had been disturbed. I sat on the small front step for hours, just watching the trees, looking for movement, but nothing came. It was just quiet, too quiet. By late afternoon, I started to think maybe I should pack up and leave the next morning. The plan had been to stay a full week, but I didn't feel right. I couldn't explain it, but it was like my instincts were trying to tell me something. That night, I barely slept. I left the lantern burning. I thought about locking the door, but it didn't even have a proper lock. Just a hook latch on the inside. Around 2 a.m., I heard a noise. It was soft, faint creak, like someone had stepped on a loose board outside the cabin. I held my breath. I didn't move. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The fire in the stove had burned low, casting weak orange light around the room. I didn't see anything outside the window, but I didn't want to get up to check. I stayed in my sleeping bag, gripping the hunting knife I'd laid beside me. Then, another noise, a light scraping, like something being dragged slowly against the side of the cabin. Not heavy, but deliberate. It moved along the wall, paused, then again. I wanted to get up and look, but I also didn't want whoever was out there to know I was awake. I lay still, listening. My breathing was shallow and loud. I tried to calm it, but I couldn't. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I waited over an hour before I finally sat up and checked the window. Still nothing, just trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun finally came up, I stepped outside and checked around the cabin. On the left side, in the dirt, were definite footprints. Not animal tracks, boots. Big ones, maybe size 12 or 13. They circled the cabin once, then led off into the woods. I followed them for about 30 feet before they vanished into a patch of undergrowth. I decided right then I was done. I went back inside, packed up everything quickly, and made 2 trips to carry it all down to my car. I was about to load the last bag when I heard something move behind me. I spun around fast, heart pounding again. Nothing there. But when I turned back to the car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was a fresh set of prints in the soft dirt just behind the car. I hadn't walked there yet. The prints were the same large boot size I'd seen near the cabin. But worse than that, they weren't there a few minutes earlier. Whoever made them had been standing behind me while I made my first trip back up to the cabin. I threw everything into the car as fast as I could and took off. I didn't care that the road was rough and narrow. I drove faster than I should have. For the first 20 minutes, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step into the road behind me. I didn't, but the fear didn't go away. I made it back to the main road by noon. Cell service returned about an hour later, and the first thing I did was call the friend who gave me access to the cabin. I told him someone had been watching me out there. I told him about the noises, the footprints, everything. He didn't seem surprised. He said the place hadn't been used in years, and that one of the reasons he stopped going up there was because he once found a dead deer dragged right up to the front door with its stomach cut open. He thought it might have been a mountain lion, but now he wasn't sure. I didn't go to the police. What would I even report? No crime had happened. No one had attacked me. I didn't see a face, didn't get a plate number, nothing. Just signs. Just the feeling of being watched. But I know what I experienced was real. For weeks afterward, I kept looking over my shoulder whenever I walked down the street. I started locking every door, every window, even during the day. I stopped going out alone. I kept picturing those footprints behind the car, how close someone had gotten to me without making a sound, how long they had been watching me. I'll never go back to that cabin. I'll never go anywhere that remote again. Peace and quiet isn't worth it when someone out there is using the woods for something else, something they don't want to be seen doing. And I was just a mistake they tolerated for a few days. But I won't give them another chance. I had been working nonstop for nearly 11 months straight before I finally gave in and took some time off. It wasn't just about work either. Everything was piling up. Life, stress, bills, noise, people. I couldn't stand the constant pressure anymore. I needed somewhere quiet, away from traffic, phones, the internet, and even my own thoughts. I had heard about cabins you could rent online, simple places up in the woods where you could stay off-grid for a while. No TV, no signal, no one knocking on your door. That's what I wanted. I picked a place 3 hours north, up in the mountains, past a few small towns I had never even heard of. The pictures showed a single-room wooden cabin with a stove, a small bed, and a little deck overlooking a thick forest. No one around for miles. It looked perfect. I packed enough supplies for 10 days. Cans of beans, soup, rice, dry pasta, water, some protein bars, and instant coffee. I brought a few books, a flashlight, batteries, and a radio that could pick up emergency channels if needed. I didn't want to bring a gun, but I brought a hatchet, a knife, and bear spray just to be safe. It was still early fall, September, but the nights up there could already get cold, so I packed thick socks, thermals, and 2 jackets. I also brought a couple of blankets, even though the cabin supposedly had a small wood stove inside. The drive up was quiet. Most of the road wound through forest. Trees on both sides, some already starting to turn orange and red. There was no one else out there. Once I passed the last gas station, I didn't see another car for the next 35 minutes. The GPS stopped working not long after, so I had to follow the printed directions I had saved earlier. Dirt roads, narrow turns, a small wooden bridge, then finally a gate that was already open. I drove through it, followed the winding trail another half-mile, and parked in front of the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, maybe 20 feet wide, 20 feet deep. The outside looked weathered, but solid. One small window on each side. A short set of wooden steps led up to the front door. The deck creaked when I stepped onto it. I stood there for a moment just listening. No cars, no voices, not even the wind, just trees and silence. Inside, it was basic but clean. One room with a single bed, a small table, 2 chairs, a little kitchen counter with a sink that didn't work, and a black ironwood stove near the corner. There was a stack of chopped firewood beside it and a little axe hanging on the wall. No power outlets, no light switches, no running water. Just an oil lamp and some matches on the table. There was also a plastic jug labeled drinking water under the counter. It didn't hold much, but I had brought plenty of bottled water with me. After I unloaded everything and got settled in, I made some coffee and sat on the deck. The sun was starting to drop behind the trees, and the temperature was already dropping too. I could hear a few birds somewhere in the woods, but other than that, nothing. It was so quiet it almost felt unnatural. That first night, I fell asleep fast. The long drive and the fresh air knocked me out cold. I woke up once around 3 a.m. because of the cold, so I got up and threw a few more logs into the stove. When I opened the little door to feed the fire, the glow from the flames lit up the whole room in a weird orange color. I could see my breath. I stayed awake for about 15 minutes, then climbed back under the blankets and fell asleep again. The next 2 days were peaceful. I walked around the area, chopped some firewood, read for hours, and watched the trees change color a little more each day. My phone was dead by the second morning, which was fine with me. I hadn't seen another person or heard a plane fly overhead since I got there. Felt like I had fallen out of the world. On the fourth day, something changed. That morning, I was sitting on the deck with coffee when I noticed something strange near the tree line. At first, I thought it was just shadows, but when I squinted, I saw what looked like an old piece of fabric stuck to a branch. It was gray or maybe brown, hard to tell from that distance. I figured it might have been some hunter's camouflage or maybe trash that blew in. I decided I'd check it out later when I went for my afternoon walk. I didn't make it that far. Around 1 p.m., I went out with my hatchet and followed the trail toward the spot I had seen the fabric. As I got closer, I saw it clearly. It wasn't just a piece of cloth. It was a torn shirt, faded, muddy, shredded down the middle. One sleeve was missing. It had been caught on a low branch and was flapping slightly in the breeze. The fabric looked like it had been out there for a while, maybe weeks, but the ground underneath looked disturbed. Dirt turned up, small plants crushed. Something or someone had been there recently. My first thought was a bear or coyote might have dragged something through here. Maybe someone dumped garbage and an animal tore it up. I looked around, trying to see if there was more, and after about 20 feet, I found a ripped backpack. The zippers were broken, the straps were half torn off, and the inside was empty except for a crushed water bottle and some kind of stained paper I couldn't read anymore. I started feeling uneasy. Something about the way everything was scattered felt wrong. I turned around and walked back to the cabin, faster than I meant to. Once I got inside, I shut the door, locked it, and sat on the bed staring at the floor. I told myself it was probably nothing, just some hiker who got lost or hurt, or maybe they dumped their gear for some reason. But that didn't explain the rips or the stains or the broken straps. That night, I couldn't sleep well. Every little creak outside made me freeze. I kept checking the window. I kept the axe beside the bed. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want any light showing from inside. I stayed under the blankets, wide awake, until the sun finally came up. On the fifth day, I decided to stay near the cabin. I didn't want to go back into the woods. I read for a while, made some food, kept looking out the windows. The more I thought about the shirt and the backpack, the more something didn't sit right. If someone had been attacked by an animal, there should have been more signs, blood, tracks, bones. But there wasn't. Just the shirt and the bag, neatly torn and dropped like someone wanted them to be found. That afternoon, I walked around the outside of the cabin just checking things. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach sink. Behind the cabin, just below the deck, I saw boot prints, clear ones. Not mine. They were fresh, edges sharp, mud not dried yet. They led from the woods to the back of the cabin and then disappeared. I looked around and didn't see anyone, but I could feel it. Someone had been there, probably while I slept or maybe while I was inside reading. I didn't know how long they'd been watching. I spent that night with every light off. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed holding the axe, wrapped in my coat, listening. I heard nothing for hours. Then just before dawn, I heard a crunch outside, like a footstep on dry leaves. One sound, not repeated, but it was close. I stayed like that until the sun came up. As soon as it was light, I went outside and looked around. No one, but right near the edge of the deck, under the stairs, I saw a small pile of stones stacked into a tiny tower. 5 flat stones, perfectly balanced. I hadn't seen that there before. I would have noticed. That was the breaking point. I decided I wasn't going to stay the full 10 days. I didn't care if I had to leave early. I packed everything up in 30 minutes and loaded the car. I was about to leave when I noticed something that stopped me cold. On the trunk of my car, written in the dust, were the words, "Don't come back." My whole body went cold. I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't heard anyone. I didn't know if it was a threat or a warning. I didn't wait to find out. I got in the car and drove as fast as I could down that dirt road. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. Even then, I kept checking the rearview mirror every few minutes. I never reported what I saw. I didn't even tell anyone. I felt stupid. I had no proof, no photos, no video. Just torn clothes, footprints, a message in dust, and a gut feeling that I had almost gotten myself into something I couldn't handle. For months afterward, I kept checking the news to see if a body had been found up there. Nothing. No missing hikers. No reports of crimes in that area. It was like whatever I saw or whoever had been out there didn't exist. But I know what I saw. I know someone was watching me. I know they wanted me gone. And I've never gone back into the woods alone again. It was supposed to be a break. Nothing too special. Just a quiet week to myself, away from everything. I was tired of work, tired of people, tired of the noise. The city had been getting to me for months. Too many cars, too much talking, too many emails and messages and calls. I had started feeling this pressure in my head like I was always being watched or followed, even though I knew no one was there. My eyes would twitch from the screen time. My hands would shake after long hours of typing. So I started planning something simple. A cabin, far enough from everything, where I could just sit, read, sleep, and maybe hike if I felt like it. I didn't care about phone signals or internet. I just wanted the quiet. I found the cabin online. Some guy was renting it out for cheap. It was one of those listings that didn't even have many reviews. Only a few old ones, short and vague. "Great spot," one said. "Very quiet," said another. I should have thought more about that. Now I know why it was so cheap and why the reviews were so old. The cabin was in the middle of nowhere. Literally. It was about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. After that, another 20 minutes of rough dirt road. There weren't any other cabins nearby, no neighbors, not even other travelers. Just trees, dirt, and a dried-up quarry about a half-mile from the cabin. I didn't even know about the quarry until I got there. The guy who rented it didn't mention it in the listing. I found it when I went out for a walk the first evening. When I arrived, the sun was already starting to go down. It had been a long drive. I was hungry, a little stiff from sitting in the car so long. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out was how quiet everything was. No birds, no wind, just dead stillness. Felt strange, even for the woods. I've been out in nature before. I know what normal quiet feels like. This wasn't it. This was thick and heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. But I was too tired to think about it. I just wanted to get inside, put my bag down, eat something, and maybe take a nap. The cabin looked old, but not ruined. Wooden frame, slightly slanted roof, a small porch with a broken chair leaning against the railing. The lock on the door was rusty, but it worked. Inside was dusty and smelled like old wood and damp clothes, like the place had been closed for a long time. There were 2 small rooms, one main room with a couch, a small table, and a stove, and a bedroom with a creaky bed and a dresser that had nothing in it. The bathroom was attached to the back. No shower, just a toilet and a sink with a mirror above it that was foggy and scratched. There was no TV, no radio, and the only light came from weak bulbs powered by a generator behind the cabin. I had to fill it with gas, which I brought in a red canister. It made a lot of noise when I turned it on, which made the silence even worse when I turned it off at night. That first night was when things started to feel wrong. Not loud, not dramatic, just wrong. I made a quick dinner, canned soup and crackers. I had brought enough food for the week. After I ate, I sat on the porch with a flashlight and looked into the trees. Nothing moved, not even branches. It was just still. I didn't hear a single cricket or owl. I thought maybe it was just the season or maybe the weather, but the air didn't feel cold enough to keep animals quiet. It was still warm, slightly humid. Felt more like everything was avoiding this place. I went inside and lay down, reading a book with a small lamp beside the bed. Around midnight, I turned everything off and just stared at the dark ceiling, trying to sleep. That's when I heard something. It was faint at first, not footsteps, more like small thuds, dull impacts. At first I thought maybe it was branches falling on the roof, but it kept happening. It didn't stop. I counted maybe 20 of them, spaced out like someone was dragging something heavy and dropping it over and over. I froze. I stared at the ceiling, not moving. It didn't sound like it was on the roof. It sounded like it was outside, toward the back of the cabin. I didn't get up. I didn't even breathe deeply. I just waited, staring into the dark. After maybe 10 minutes, it stopped. I thought I imagined it. I told myself it could be something in the trees. Maybe deer. Maybe branches falling weirdly. Maybe even something in the generator. The next morning, I went to the back of the cabin. The ground was soft and dry. There were marks. Not footprints exactly, but long streaks in the dirt, like something had been dragged. I followed them. They went into the trees, then faded out. It didn't make any sense. There weren't any trash cans or anything around the cabin. Nothing to attract animals. And if it was just an animal, why would it be dragging something heavy around at night? I walked out further, and that's when I found the quarry. A deep, hollow pit in the ground with stone walls that curved downward in a spiral path. There was no water, just dust, broken rocks, and twisted metal lying in the dirt. An old construction site, maybe, or mining. I don't know. At the very bottom, I saw a rusted truck flipped on its side. The quarry looked abandoned for years, but there were recent tracks. Not tire marks, but more of those drag marks, like something heavy had been pulled across the dust and rock. I stood there for a long time just looking down. I didn't feel scared yet, just off, like something was wrong with the way this place was. I felt exposed standing near the edge, so I backed up and walked back to the cabin. The second night was worse. Same routine. Dinner, short walk, reading in bed. Around 1 a.m., I heard it again. But this time it was closer, not behind the cabin. This time it was on the porch. I could hear the wood creaking, slow, one step at a time. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe through my nose. I just stared at the door from the bed, frozen. There was no wind, no rain, nothing to make that sound naturally. It was footsteps, slow and heavy. I waited. I thought maybe I imagined it. But then I heard a soft scratching, like nails dragging along the wood. Not hard enough to dig in, just enough to make a sound. It moved from the edge of the porch across the wall to the side window. The window was closed and covered with a curtain, but I could hear the sound right up against the glass. A soft scrape, scrape, scrape. Then it stopped. I lay in bed until the sun came up. I didn't sleep at all. When I finally got the courage to go outside that morning, I saw the marks. Long, thin scratches on the wooden frame beside the window. Not deep, but fresh. Something had definitely been there. I looked around the trees, walked the perimeter of the cabin, checked the dirt, but nothing else seemed off. No trash disturbed, no broken branches, no signs of anything being left behind. I thought about leaving then, packing up, getting in the car and going back to the city. But something stopped me. Not laziness, not even pride, just this strange need to understand what was happening. Like the cabin was a puzzle and I was missing a piece. I thought maybe I'll just stay one more night. Maybe I'll catch what it is. Maybe it's nothing. That was the worst decision I've ever made. The third night, I didn't even pretend to sleep. I sat on the couch with the flashlight in my lap, staring at the door. I kept the lights off so I could hear better. Around 2 a.m., it came back. I heard the steps again. Not on the porch this time, around the side. Then behind. Then silence. Then I heard the door handle rattle. It wasn't loud, just a tiny metal jiggle, like someone was testing it. Not trying to open it hard, just checking if it was unlocked. I held my breath. I didn't move. The sound stopped. Then came the dragging again. Around the cabin, back and forth, like someone walking in circles, pulling something behind them. Then I heard something slam against the wall. A heavy thud. Then again. And again. I jumped when the third slam hit. It shook the whole cabin. I thought the wall was going to crack. I grabbed the flashlight, clicked it on, and ran to the bedroom. I locked the door and sat in the corner with the light on the door. The sound didn't come again. It just stopped. For the rest of the night, I sat there. I didn't even blink. When the sun came up, I packed everything as fast as I could. I didn't care about food or clothes. I just stuffed what I needed into my bag, turned off the generator, and rushed to the car. Before I drove off, I did something stupid. I went to the quarry. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I wanted proof. Maybe I thought I could finally see what it was. I walked to the edge and looked down, and there it was. Something moved. It wasn't a person. Not exactly. It was too thin, too slow, like it had trouble standing. It was hunched, dragging one leg behind it. Its arms were too long, like they had no bones. It didn't look up. It just walked in circles at the bottom of the quarry, dragging what looked like a long metal pipe or maybe a rebar. I watched it for maybe 5 seconds. Then I turned around and walked straight back to my car. I didn't tell anyone when I got home. I didn't write a review. I didn't report it. What would I even... It started as a simple idea. I wanted to be away from everything. My job had been draining me. The city was loud and crowded, and I just wanted peace. I wasn't looking for fun. I didn't want to meet people. I didn't want to sightsee. I just wanted silence, nature, and a break from everything. So when I saw the listing for a small, isolated cabin near a lake deep in the woods, I booked it without much thought. The pictures showed a quiet wooden place, clean and basic. It looked like the kind of place where no one would bother you. Just a small pier, trees all around, and nothing but the sound of wind and water. That's exactly what I wanted. I drove out there in early May. The weather was still cool, and the roads weren't full of summer tourists yet. The drive was long, mostly two-lane roads winding through forest. Once I turned off the main road, I had to follow a dirt path for nearly 20 minutes. There were no houses around, no gas stations, no cell phone signal. The woods just kept getting denser. I remember passing a rusted old mailbox near a fork in the dirt road with no visible house in sight. I kept going straight like the directions said. Eventually, the trees opened up slightly, and I saw it, the cabin. It sat on a small hill above a lake. There was a wooden deck, a small floating pier, and a dusty old canoe tied to a post. The grass around the cabin was overgrown, but the place looked solid. Nothing fancy, just 4 walls and a roof. When I got inside, it smelled like old wood and dust, but not in a bad way, more like how old libraries smell. The place had 1 bedroom, a bathroom, a small kitchen, and a main room with a couch, a wood-burning stove, and a table. There was no Wi-Fi, no TV, no phone signal either. That made me nervous at first, but I reminded myself that this was the point, to be unreachable. I had brought books, notebooks, and enough food for 2 weeks. The first night was peaceful. I made pasta, drank a beer, and watched the lake from the deck. The water was still. The sky was clear. I heard loons, some crickets, maybe a frog or two. I felt calm in a way I hadn't in a long time. The second day, I explored a little. There was a narrow path that led along the lake's edge. I followed it for about a mile and didn't see a single sign of anyone else. No cabins, no campsites, just trees and water. I liked that. I stayed on the path, picked up some odd-shaped rocks, listened to the sounds of the forest, and went back to the cabin before sundown. That night, I started hearing things. First, it was small, just soft cracking sounds. Maybe from the deck, maybe from the woods. It didn't seem weird. Old wooden places creak. Animals walk through leaves. But the way the sounds came and went stuck with me. They'd stop for a long time, then start again suddenly. Like footsteps, but slower than a person walking. More like something taking careful steps. It didn't bother me too much, but I noticed it. On the third night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something tapping on the wall. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. 3 soft taps, then nothing. Then again, 3 taps. I froze in bed and just listened. I told myself it was a branch, maybe blowing in the wind, though it hadn't been windy earlier. I didn't get up to look. I just lay there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling in the dark. Eventually, it stopped. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There was no branch touching the wall, no trees that close. I told myself not to overthink it. Being out in nature can mess with your senses. You hear one thing, assume it's something else. I kept myself busy that day. I took the canoe out on the lake, paddled around for an hour. The water was calm. The forest was quiet. Nothing felt wrong. That night, the sounds came back. This time it was something moving through the woods, slow, dragging steps. The sound of leaves being pushed aside came from the back side of the cabin, then circled around. I didn't look out the window. I didn't want to. I stayed still, lying in bed, gripping the edge of the blanket like a child. It was like I had this strong feeling that if I looked, I'd see something that wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't sleep much. In the morning, I walked a full circle around the cabin. The grass was thick, so it was hard to tell if anything had passed through. But at the far edge near the tree line, I saw something strange. 2 long grooves in the dirt, as if something had been dragged. They weren't deep, but they were fresh. They led from the trees toward the side of the cabin and stopped about 10 feet from the wall. I stared at them for a long time. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I stayed inside, locking the door even though I knew no one was supposed to be around. I kept glancing out the windows. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching the cabin from the woods. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. That night was the worst so far. Around 1 a.m., the tapping started again. This time, it was faster, and it came from different sides of the cabin. First from the back, then from the front. Then silence. Then a low scraping sound near the door. It went on for almost 15 minutes. Then nothing. In the morning, I found scratch marks on the wooden door. 4 of them. Thin but deep, as if something had raked its fingers or claws along the surface. I felt sick when I saw them. They were too high off the ground to be from an animal like a raccoon or a fox. They were about chest level. I walked around the cabin again and found a few more scratch marks on the back wall too. Same height, same depth. I wanted to leave, but my car wouldn't start. I had left the keys in the drawer and hadn't touched the car since I arrived. The battery was fine when I got there, but when I turned the key, it just clicked. Nothing else. I opened the hood and stared at the engine like I knew what I was doing. I didn't, but even I could see something wasn't right. There were thin, clean cuts through some of the wires. Not chewed like an animal would do. Cut. Deliberate. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. I wasn't imagining things. Something or someone had been messing with me, and now I was stuck. The next few days were a blur of fear and waiting. I kept the stove burning to stay warm. I tried rationing food. I slept in the main room with the stove, keeping a fire iron next to me like a weapon. Every night, the sounds came. Some nights, it was scratching on the walls. Other nights, I heard low breathing near the windows. Once, I heard something dragging itself across the deck, right outside the door. I didn't go outside anymore. I didn't even open the blinds. I just waited. I tried writing a note. I left it pinned to the outside of the door during the day, in case someone passed by. Said, "Help. Car broken. Stranded." I don't know why I bothered. No one ever came. Then one morning, I noticed the note was gone. Not blown away, gone. The pushpin was still there, but the paper had been taken. That's when I realized that whatever was out there had read it, or at least taken it, and that meant it had been watching. During the day, something changed after that. The next night, I woke up to find the front door open. Not wide open, just slightly ajar. I always locked it. I double-checked it every night, but it was open, maybe 4 inches. Cold air had crept in, and I could hear the soft lapping of the lake in the distance. I didn't move for at least an hour. Then I got up, heart pounding, and shut the door slowly. I locked it again and pushed the heavy table in front of it. I didn't sleep that night, or the next one. By the 10th day, I was out of food. just a couple cans left. I had no car, no phone. I started thinking about walking out, following the dirt road. I didn't even know how far it was to the main road, but I figured it was better than staying. The morning I planned to leave, I found tracks in the soft ground outside the cabin. They weren't animal tracks. They were bare feet, human, but the toes were long, the steps too far apart. And they circled the cabin again and again, like someone pacing, waiting. Still, I left. I packed my bag and walked. I followed the dirt road back the way I came. It was slow. I had no signal. I had no idea if I'd make it out or if the thing, whatever it was, would follow me. But after hours of walking, I saw the old rusted mailbox I had passed on the first day. Then the main road. Then a car, a forest ranger's truck parked on the shoulder. I ran toward it like a madman. The ranger looked at me like I was crazy. I probably was. I didn't tell him everything, just that my car broke down, that I'd been stuck. He drove me back to town. I didn't look back once. I reported the cabin, gave them the location, told them someone had been stalking me out there. I don't know if they believed me. They said they'd check it out. A week later, I got a call. They said they found the cabin, found my car, but the cabin was empty. No scratch marks on the door, no cuts on the engine wires, no footprints, nothing. And the weirdest part, they said I took a solo trip to a remote cabin in the northern hills of Montana in late November, a little earlier than full winter, but already cold enough that snow covered most of the higher ground. The idea was to unplug and spend 10 or 12 days away from everything. No phone, no internet, no distractions. Just a wood stove, some old books, and the quiet hush of snow-covered woods. The cabin belonged to a friend of mine who used it mostly in the summer, and he offered it to me knowing I like solitude. Took me over 4 hours to reach it in my truck. The last 10 miles were on a narrow dirt trail climbing up the side of a mountain ridge. It had snowed lightly the night before, and the path was slick and uneven. I kept the truck slow and steady, tires crunching through slush and frozen ruts, moving between tall, dark trees that swayed only slightly under a gray sky. I passed no other vehicles or buildings, just trees, rocks, silence. The cabin was small but solid. It sat on a gentle slope, facing down the valley. One big room with a stove, table, old couch, and a small kitchen area. There was a narrow bedroom off to the side and a bathroom with a composting toilet. Power came from solar panels on the roof, but I didn't plan to use much. Heat came from the wood stove, and there were several stacks of chopped logs out back, all dry and ready. I'd brought more than enough food, water, a camp lantern, candles, and extra blankets. I made sure everything was in place and then unloaded the truck slowly, walking the same path back and forth from the truck to the front steps with box after box, letting my body fall into a rhythm. By dusk, the stove was glowing and my stuff was unpacked. I sat on the couch with a wool blanket around me, the room warm and the windows already dark. Outside, the wind started to pick up. I remember hearing a deep howl through the trees and thinking it sounded almost alive, but I shrugged it off. Mountain wind, nothing more. That first night, I slept lightly, not because of fear or anything dramatic. It just took my body time to get used to the quiet. When you live in the city, even if it's not a loud place, there's always some buzz. Cars in the distance, pipes in the wall, neighbors. Out here, it was dead silent. No hum of electronics, no streetlights, nothing. I could hear the creak of the wood as it expanded in the heat, the pop of the fire, the occasional rustle outside from trees shifting in the wind. I stayed in bed with my eyes closed, letting the silence settle over me. In the morning, it had snowed. Not a lot. Maybe an inch, but enough to blanket the trees and cover the cabin roof. I stepped outside to check on the firewood and took a few minutes to breathe in the air. Everything felt fresh and untouched. No footprints, no sign of wildlife. Just cold, clean snow and silence. I brought in more firewood, refilled the kindling bin, then boiled water for oatmeal. After breakfast, I sat near the stove and read. I didn't plan to do much else. Just stay warm, eat, read, and let time pass. The second day went the same way. Cold but manageable. I kept track of how much wood I was using, took short walks around the property, and always made sure to be back inside before dusk. There was no cell service up there, not even a bar. I turned off my phone to save battery in case of an emergency. I kept my truck parked just below the slope, under a tarp to keep the snow off. The third day, the snow started falling harder. Big, heavy flakes that clung to the windows and coated everything. By afternoon, I could hardly see 50 feet in front of me. The world outside had gone completely white. Wind howled through the trees and around the cabin corners, and I stayed close to the fire. I started rationing some of the dry wood just in case the storm lasted longer than expected. That night, I slept with one eye open. The wind had picked up. It wasn't the kind that rattles things a little. It was strong enough to make the cabin groan. At around midnight, I woke up suddenly to a sound that didn't belong to the wind. It was short, sharp, like something hitting the outside wall. I sat up, my ears straining. For almost a minute, I heard nothing but wind again. Then another thump, slightly different this time, more like a soft knock. I stayed in bed for a long time, not moving, just listening. Could have been ice falling from the trees or a branch knocked loose. I told myself that over and over again, but I never fell fully back asleep. By morning, the snow had piled up nearly a foot high. I stepped outside with a shovel and cleared the porch, careful with each step. That's when I noticed something that made me stop. There were prints in the snow. Not mine, not animal. Boots. They started near the side of the cabin and circled around the back, then vanished toward the woods. I hadn't been on that side at all since I got here. The pattern was uneven, like someone had been stumbling or moving slowly. I crouched down and studied them for a long time. They weren't deep, which meant they had been made before the snow got heavier. Maybe sometime in the night. I looked out toward the trees where they led. Nothing moved. The wind had calmed, but the sky stayed gray and cold. I stood there holding the shovel for a long time, not sure what to do. Eventually, I shook my head, cleared the rest of the snow, and went back inside. I locked the door and pushed a chair under the knob. I didn't go for my walk that day. I stayed inside, kept the fire going, and stayed alert. Every so often I walked to each window and looked out slowly, scanning the tree line. I saw nothing. No movement, no color, no signs of life. Just snow-covered branches and shadows. That night I didn't sleep. I lay on the couch under a blanket, fire burning low, my flashlight next to me. Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft creak on the front porch. It was so quiet, it almost could have been the cabin settling. But then came the sound of snow crunching, faint but steady, like footsteps. I sat up and clicked off the fire to kill the light. The glow faded slowly. I waited, my heart pounding. The crunching stopped. Then I heard it again on the far side of the cabin. This time lighter, almost like someone walking in thick socks over the snow. It circled the cabin once. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I gripped my flashlight so hard my hand hurt. Then it stopped. No knock, no thud, just nothing. I stayed like that until dawn. When it was finally light enough to see, I stepped outside. My hands were shaking, my boots barely tied. I walked around the cabin, every step loud in the fresh snow. I saw new prints. They came from the woods, circled the cabin twice, and disappeared into the same direction as the ones before. Again, they didn't go toward the road or my truck. I stood there for over an hour, just watching the tree line, waiting for any movement. I even called out once, just to see if anyone would respond. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. That morning, I packed up. I didn't even eat breakfast. I loaded everything back into the truck as fast as I could, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. My hands were numb and clumsy. I brushed snow off the tarp and yanked it loose. The truck started on the first try, thank God. I let it warm up and then back down the slope slowly, tires crunching through layers of snow and ice. I didn't stop until I was 15 miles down the mountain and finally saw a service bar light up on my phone. I pulled over on a wide shoulder and sat there, my hands gripping the wheel, my breath coming out in short clouds. I stayed like that for a while before finally driving the rest of the way home. I never found out who it was. I checked with local rangers, but no one reported any hikers in the area. No missing persons. The road I used was still snowed over, with no tire tracks but mine. No cabins nearby, no campsites. Whoever was out there had either come through the woods or had been there already. The weirdest part was, nothing ever happened. No break-in, no stolen gear, no attack, just presence. Something or someone nearby, watching, moving, not wanting to be seen. That was enough. I never went back to that cabin. My friend sold it the following spring, and I still think about those prints, especially the way they circled. Not straight lines, not someone passing through. They went around the cabin twice, slowly, carefully, like someone was watching. I don't really know why I chose that cabin. Maybe because it was cheap. Maybe because it looked far from everything. Or maybe because I had just gotten tired of being around people. It had been almost 8 months since I quit my job, and even though I told myself I was okay with that, something in me kept pushing to get away from everything. I thought if I spent a week somewhere quiet and far away, I'd get my head straight. Think about what I wanted to do next. I found the place on a website that listed rural cabins for rent. The pictures showed a wooden structure deep in the trees. No houses nearby, just endless green and a small dirt road leading to it. It was 2 hours away from the town where I lived, and that was part of the reason I chose it. I packed up enough food for 7 days, brought my sleeping bag, some extra clothes, a flashlight, power bank, and a knife just in case. I didn't expect anything to happen, but I figured a knife might come in handy. I left on a Monday morning in early May, when the weather was just starting to feel warmer but not too hot yet. I made sure my car's gas tank was full and stopped at a gas station just outside of town to grab a few more things. Canned beans, instant noodles, matches, and 2 big bottles of water. I didn't want to have to come back out once I got there. The road to the cabin was longer than I expected. The last 40 minutes were just dirt roads cutting through thick trees, with no signs, no houses, and barely enough space for one car. I drove with my windows rolled down and the radio off. The forest was quiet except for birds and the occasional rustling in the brush. There were moments where I felt like I should turn back. Not out of fear, but just that weird feeling that you've gone too far from where you're supposed to be. But I kept going. When I reached the cabin, it looked pretty much like the pictures. Old wooden planks, dark brown from age, with a rusty metal roof and a small porch out front. There was no fence, no trail, nothing man-made around it except the cabin itself. The area around it was covered in leaves and weeds, and trees towered all around. I parked my car a little off the dirt road and walked up to the front door. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and something else, maybe mold, maybe old insulation. There was a single room with a small bed frame, no mattress, just wooden slats. A little table and 2 chairs, a small shelf, and an old stove in the corner that ran on propane. There was also a fireplace, but it looked like no one had used it in years. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling and dust covered most of the surfaces. I spent the first hour cleaning what I could. I laid my sleeping bag on the bed frame and set my food on the shelf. I checked the stove, turned the valve on the propane tank, and lit a match. It worked. That gave me some comfort. For the first 2 days, everything went how I expected. I spent most of the time reading, writing in a notebook, and walking through the forest. I found a little creek about a 15-minute walk from the cabin, and I would go sit by it with my feet in the water. There were no signs of people, no litter, no sounds of cars or voices, just wind in the trees and the occasional bird call. I never saw anyone that first day, or the second, but on the 3rd day, I saw something that still bothers me to this day. It happened just after sunset. I had started a small fire in the fire pit outside the cabin and was sitting on one of the 2 tree stumps that were used as makeshift chairs. I had a metal mug filled with instant coffee and was just staring into the fire. It was quiet, really quiet. That's when I saw movement in the trees, about 30 or 40 feet away, directly in front of me. At first I thought it was just an animal, but then I realized it was a man. He was standing very still, half hidden behind a tree, wearing dark clothes. His face was in shadow, and he wasn't moving, just standing there, facing the cabin. I sat completely still. I don't know how long I looked at him. Felt like a minute, but it could have been less. Then he stepped back behind the tree and was gone. I didn't sleep well that night. I locked the door, closed all the windows, and kept my knife next to my sleeping bag. Every time I heard a sound, branches cracking, wind, even my own breath, I sat up and held the knife tighter. Morning came slow, and I didn't go outside until the sun was fully up. I walked to the place where I saw him. The ground was covered in leaves and pine needles, and I didn't find any footprints. But that didn't mean much. The forest floor was soft. Anything could walk through and not leave a trace. That day, I didn't go far from the cabin. I kept checking the woods, looking through the windows, walking in circles around the building like I was patrolling it. I told myself maybe it was a hunter or someone hiking through, and maybe they were just surprised to see anyone here. But something about how he stood there, completely still, just watching, didn't feel right. It didn't feel like someone surprised. It felt like someone waiting. That night, I didn't light a fire. I kept the lights off inside and sat in the dark with the curtains open just a crack so I could see if anyone came near. I didn't see anything, but I didn't sleep either. The next day, I thought about leaving. I actually packed my bag and put it in the car, but I didn't start the engine. I sat there for almost an hour, holding the steering wheel, staring at the trees in front of me. I kept thinking that maybe I imagined it. Maybe I'd been too isolated for too long. I didn't want to leave just because of something I couldn't explain, so I unpacked again. I told myself if I saw him one more time, I'd go. On the 5th day, it happened again. I had walked to the creek around noon. I had started feeling like I was being watched again. That feeling where the hair on your neck rises and you keep turning around for no reason. I looked behind me constantly, but saw nothing. I reached the creek and sat down like before, feet in the cold water. I stayed there for about 30 minutes. When I got up to leave, I felt that same feeling, eyes on me. I turned around quickly and scanned the trees, and there he was. This time he was closer, only about 20 feet away. Still, half behind a tree, same dark clothes, still no face I could see, just a shape, watching, not moving. I didn't even hesitate. I turned and walked fast back to the cabin. I didn't run because I didn't want to seem afraid, but I didn't look back either. My chest felt tight, and my hands were shaking by the time I reached the cabin. I locked the door, grabbed all my stuff, and put it in the car. This time I didn't wait. I started the engine and pulled out onto the dirt road. I didn't even check the mirrors until I was 5 minutes down the path. I didn't see him again. Not in the mirror, not on the road, not anywhere. I made it back to town just before dark. I went straight to a cheap motel and stayed there that night. I didn't want to go home right away. I needed time to sit with what happened, to try and understand it. For the next few weeks, I kept checking the news to see if anyone had been found in those woods. Any hikers missing, any weird reports, but nothing came up. Just silence. I didn't tell anyone about it. Not my friends, not my parents. I just kept it to myself. But it stuck with me. That face I never saw. That stillness. That quiet way he just appeared and watched without ever making a sound. I didn't go back to the woods for a long time after that. But about 6 months later, curiosity got the better of me. I drove back out just to see the place again. Not to stay, just to look. When I reached the cabin, it looked the same. Empty, quiet. The porch was still dusty, and the fire pit still had some half-burned wood in it from the last night I used it. I didn't go inside, but as I turned to leave, I saw something that made my stomach drop. On the ground near the tree line where I had first seen him, there were footprints. Fresh ones, like someone had been standing there, watching. I didn't wait to check further. I got in my car and left, and this time I didn't stop until I was back in town. I never went back after that. And the part that still bothers me to this day is not what I saw, but the way he moved. No sound, no motion except when I looked away. He didn't seem lost, or confused, or surprised. He seemed like he belonged there, like I was the one who didn't. And I keep thinking, what if I hadn't left that day? What if I had stayed just one more night? I don't think I would be here writing this. And I know without a doubt he would have come closer. I had been planning a short solo trip for a while, just a few days away from people, noise, and everything that made my head feel full all the time. I found a cabin listing on a site that rented out private vacation homes. The pictures showed a wooden cabin up in the hills of northern Idaho, surrounded by trees, with a long gravel driveway and no neighbors in sight. The listing said there was no Wi-Fi and almost no cell signal. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 5 nights. I drove up from Spokane on a Tuesday morning. The weather was nice. It was late September, so the air was cooler, and most of the summer crowds were gone. I had packed up everything I needed: frozen meals, water, some instant coffee, a few paperbacks I'd been meaning to read, a flashlight, matches, extra clothes, a basic toolkit, and a few other essentials. The cabin had power and a basic kitchen with an electric stove. The owner had emailed me the code to the lockbox, where the keys were kept. Everything seemed simple. The last 40 minutes of the drive was up narrow, 2-lane roads winding through the forest. The trees grew denser the higher I went. Tall pines, thick underbrush, no signs of other homes. Eventually, I turned off onto a dirt road that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. It was full of shallow ruts and dips. I kept driving, slower now, until I came to a small clearing. There was the cabin. It looked just like the pictures. A basic single-story structure, all wood, with a covered porch and a single chair outside. There was a large propane tank off to the side, and behind it, a small shed. The gravel driveway curved around and ended in a flat area near the porch, enough space to park my car. I got out, stretched, and stood still for a moment. It was quiet, just wind through the trees and the faint sound of a bird now and then. I walked to the door, found the lockbox, entered the code, and got the key. The door opened easily. Inside, the air smelled like wood and a bit of dust. There were 2 small couches, a rug, a coffee table, and a basic kitchenette along the far wall. A short hallway led to a single bedroom and a small bathroom. The place was clean enough, but a little worn. The floor creaked and the windows were old, but it felt solid. I unpacked, heated up a frozen meal, and spent the rest of the afternoon sitting outside. I didn't do much, just sat on the porch and watched the trees. It felt good to do nothing for once. By the time the sun went down, it got colder fast. I went back inside, turned on the small wall heater, and read for a while in bed before falling asleep. The next morning, I woke up early. I had coffee on the porch and took a short walk along a narrow path behind the cabin. It wasn't an official trail, but it looked like deer or other animals had used it enough to keep it clear. I walked maybe a half mile before turning back. I didn't want to get lost, and there were no markings. The rest of the day went by slowly. I read, cooked. I sat outside. I didn't hear or see a single other person the entire day. That night, something felt a little different. I noticed it just before going to bed. I stepped outside one last time to breathe the cold air and look at the stars. When I looked back toward the driveway, it was darker than it had been the night before. I realized it wasn't the lack of light. It was the trees. They seemed a little closer than I remembered. I brushed it off, figuring it was just the way the shadows fell, or maybe I hadn't paid attention to the exact layout yesterday. I slept light that night. The heater made faint clicking noises, and the wind outside kept changing direction. At one point, maybe around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard a soft crunch, like footsteps on gravel. I sat up in bed and listened, but I didn't hear anything else. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Still, I didn't fall back asleep right away. The next morning, I stepped out early, around 7. It was cold, and my breath came out in small clouds. I walked to the driveway to check something. I couldn't explain why, but I felt like something was off. The gravel path seemed narrower. The trees at the entrance looked like they had shifted inward slightly. I walked out a few dozen feet to where the path curved back toward the main dirt road, and I stopped. There was no road. The dirt road I had driven in on was gone. In its place were more trees, no tire tracks, no signs of a path at all. It was like the forest had swallowed it up. I stood there for a long time trying to make sense of it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. I had driven in this way 2 days ago. There had been a road. Now there wasn't. I walked further into the trees, trying to find where it went. But the more I looked, the less I found. The forest wasn't just thick, it was untouched. No broken branches, no compacted soil, nothing that looked like a car could ever have passed through. It didn't make sense. I went back to the cabin and checked my phone. No signal. I tried to calm myself down. I thought maybe I had taken a wrong turn while walking, but I knew I hadn't. I tried the car GPS next, but it couldn't connect to anything either. I sat in the driver's seat for a long time, engine off, trying to think clearly. The smart thing would have been to stay put. Wait a day, see if things cleared up. But the problem was, I wasn't just unsure about the road, I was unsure about the whole area now. The trees were too thick in places they hadn't been before. It was like the shape of the land was changing slowly, almost like I was sinking deeper into it. I spent the whole day trying to find another way out. I packed some food and water and walked in the other direction, downhill, figuring I'd eventually run into the road that passed the cabin's turnoff. But after hours of walking, I saw nothing. No road, no tracks, no power lines, just forest. I used the compass app on my phone to keep track of the direction I was heading in, and still it was like the land curved back on itself. I ended up coming out behind the cabin from the other side after nearly 5 hours of walking. I didn't eat that night. I just sat on the couch and stared at the dark windows. I kept hearing noises outside, branches snapping, what sounded like small rocks shifting. At one point, I turned off all the lights inside and stood still, trying to hear better. Something was brushing lightly against the outer wall. Not hard enough to knock, just soft enough to barely notice. It went on for almost 20 minutes. When the sun rose again, it felt weaker, not as bright. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavier. The cabin felt smaller now. I could hear every creak, every little vibration. I went outside and tried to start the car. The engine turned over but didn't catch. I tried again. Same thing. I opened the hood and looked, but I didn't know what I was looking for. I hadn't had car trouble in years. I stayed out on the porch that day. I was afraid to go into the forest again, but I didn't want to sit inside either. I kept thinking someone would show up. Maybe the owner would come check on the place. Maybe another hiker would pass through. But no one came. That night, I barely slept. I kept all the lights on. At some point just before dawn, I heard something heavy thump against the porch. Not sharp or sudden, just one deep, dull thud. I didn't go look. I waited until it was light, then opened the door and stepped out. On the ground, near the edge of the porch, there were 2 long drag marks in the dirt. Something had moved through there, something heavy. But there were no footprints, just those 2 strange lines, like something had been pulled backward into the trees. By the 4th day, I stopped trying to figure it out. I just focused on staying warm and alert. I built a small fire in the clearing behind the cabin. I stayed near it most of the day, but the fire didn't make me feel safer. The trees looked different now.
Taller.
Thicker. The sky above was just a narrow patch between their tops. I kept checking my car, hoping it would work. It never did. That night was the worst. Around midnight, I heard the crunch of footsteps again, slower this time. They came right up to the cabin wall. I sat in the bedroom, holding a metal flashlight like a weapon, not breathing. Then I heard it again, the brushing sound. But this time, it moved from one wall to the next, as if something was circling the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Eventually, it stopped. I don't know how I got through the last night. My heart felt like it was beating wrong, like it was pushing against my ribs. I didn't sleep. I waited for daylight like it was oxygen. When it came, I opened the door and froze. There was a man standing in the trees, far back, almost too far to make out. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just stood there. I stepped off the porch slowly, keeping my eyes on him. He didn't react. I walked toward the car, still watching him. When I looked down to open the door and looked back up again, he was gone. I jumped in the car and tried the engine. Sputtered, then caught. I don't know why it worked. I didn't care. I put it in reverse and backed out as fast as I could. The driveway seemed open again. The trees were back where they had been. I turned onto the dirt road and kept driving, hands shaking. It took almost 2 hours before I got a signal. I had been planning a quiet week alone in the woods for months. I just needed some time to myself. No phones, no people, no internet. Just air, trees, quiet. I was getting tired of the same days on repeat. Waking up, staring at a screen all day, ordering food, going to sleep, and doing it again. I felt like I was slowly going numb. I couldn't really say I was stressed or sad or anything like that. I just didn't feel anything. I wasn't really living. I was just existing. So I rented a remote cabin in northern Idaho through one of those private property vacation rental sites. The listing said it had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and was completely off-grid, running on solar power with a backup generator. It also said it was surrounded by 50 acres of private land and backed up against national forest. That sounded perfect to me. It had a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a stream nearby for water. I booked it for 10 nights. I drove up on a Tuesday morning, packed with everything I thought I'd need: dry food, water filters, extra propane, a sleeping bag, boots, a pistol, a trail camera, and a journal. It was a long drive, nearly 8 hours from where I lived, but I enjoyed it. The farther I got from the city, the better I started to feel. Trees slowly replaced buildings. The air started to smell like pine. Even the silence between radio stations felt peaceful. The last 15 miles to the cabin were all dirt road. I had to take it slow. The road was narrow and had washed out spots and big rocks, so I crawled my truck along carefully. There were no signs, just GPS coordinates, but I had downloaded the map offline. Finally, I came to a clearing and saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected but looked solid. It had a pitched metal roof, one small front window, and a little porch with 2 wooden steps. There was a woodshed off to the side and a composting outhouse about 40 feet away. I got out of the truck, stretched, and just stood there for a while. I couldn't hear a single man-made sound. No cars, no distant planes, no voices. Just wind and birds. It felt like I had crossed into another world. I carried in my bags, opened the windows to air the place out, and checked around. The inside was simple. A small bed, a table, a few chairs, shelves with dishes and cookware, a stove, and a solar-powered light. The air smelled faintly like old wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. That first day, I just settled in. I hiked around the property a bit, found the stream, tested my water filter, and set up my trail camera on a tree facing a small clearing nearby, hoping to catch deer or elk on it. I chopped a bit of firewood to add to the stack and lit the wood stove that night. I slept early and well. The next few days were peaceful. I hiked during the day, read books, and wrote in my journal. I didn't even think about my phone. I woke up with the light and went to bed not long after sunset. There were no weird noises at night, just wind through the trees and the occasional distant coyote. I started to feel like a human being again. On the 4th morning, I checked my trail camera. I expected some deer, maybe a rabbit or 2. What I saw was different. The first few photos were normal. A raccoon sniffing around, some movement from the wind, then a big buck passing through around 3 a.m. But then there was one photo that didn't sit right. It was blurry and dark, taken at 3:42 a.m., and it looked like a person. A tall figure near the edge of the clearing. It wasn't clear at all. Just the shape of someone upright, legs apart, arms at the side. No animal is shaped like that. I stared at it for a long time, then chalked it up to maybe a tree branch or some weird angle. Still, it bothered me enough that I went out that day and hiked around the area near the clearing to check for footprints or anything unusual. The ground was soft from recent rain. I did find some disturbances, broken grass and a couple indentations, but nothing solid. I told myself it was probably nothing and moved the trail camera to face the other direction, just to get a different angle. That night, I couldn't sleep quite as well. I kept listening for sounds, but everything stayed quiet. Still, I left the light off and forced myself to relax. The next morning, I checked the camera again. This time, the photos were clearer. The first few were empty, just wind. But at 2:18 a.m., there was a photo of a figure, definitely a person, standing about 20 feet from the tree where the camera was mounted. I zoomed in and felt my stomach tighten. They weren't facing the camera. They were just standing sideways, looking into the woods. They wore dark clothing, maybe a hoodie or jacket. No visible flashlight. No bag. At 2:27 a.m., there was another photo. Same person, closer now. Maybe 10 feet from the camera. Again, not looking directly at it. Then at 2:31 a.m., the last photo was of nothing. Just grass and trees. No person. I stared at those photos for a long time. I felt a kind of cold pressure in my chest. That wasn't a hiker. Not out here. No one would be walking around private land this deep in the woods, in the middle of the night without a light. And even if they did, they wouldn't be lingering quietly near my cabin like that. I started thinking, maybe someone saw my truck and decided to snoop around, or maybe they were squatting in the area and didn't want me there. Either way, I didn't like it. I had a pistol with me, but the idea of needing to use it made my skin crawl. I walked around the clearing again, looking for tracks. This time I found some. Footprints. Not boots. Sneakers. The sole pattern was clear in the mud. They led from the trees toward the camera, then disappeared again into the woods. That day, I didn't go for a long hike. I stayed close. I started keeping the pistol on me, even inside the cabin. I also made sure all my windows were covered at night. I moved the trail camera again, this time higher up, pointed toward the cabin itself from about 30 feet away, hidden in a tree. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing twigs snap in the dark. Once, I thought I saw something move outside, but I didn't turn on any lights. I just stayed in bed and held still. The next morning, I checked the camera. The photos nearly made my heart stop. At 1:53 a.m., a photo showed the figure again, this time much closer to the cabin, standing near a tree, facing toward the structure. At 2:06 a.m., a photo showed the person standing on the porch, head down, hands by their sides. At 2:09 a.m., the last photo showed nothing, just empty space. I stood there for a long time, just breathing. Whoever this was, they had walked up to my cabin, stood on the porch, and left. Or so I hoped. I went outside and looked for footprints again. This time they were everywhere, around the porch, near the firewood, leading back into the woods. I followed them for about 200 feet before they faded out near a rocky slope. That was it. I couldn't stay the rest of the week. Something was wrong. I packed up my things quickly, loaded the truck, and double-checked the camera one last time. I deleted the photos, not because I wanted to forget, but because I didn't want to leave them behind. On the drive back, I kept checking my mirrors. I didn't see anyone following me. I stopped at a small town 2 hours south and told a local sheriff what had happened. He nodded, said they'd had reports of squatters or people trespassing in the deeper parts of the woods recently. Said it was good I got out. That was all. I never found out who that person was or what they wanted. Maybe it was someone living off the grid. Maybe someone mentally unstable. Maybe just someone trying to scare me. But I think about it sometimes. That third night when I didn't know someone had been right outside, watching, right on my porch. I haven't gone back to the woods since, and I haven't used a trail camera again. But sometimes, when I can't sleep, I'll look out my apartment window and just imagine what it would feel like if I saw someone standing out there, still, silent, watching,